All right, welcome back to Direwolf Digital Studios. Andrew Beckstrom and Luke Wyman here for day number 2 of the 2022 Eternal World Championships. We're going to crown a world champion today, Luke, and it's not going to be either of us.
Probably.
Oh! Get into the action. All right, so if you missed today's action, we started off with 16 competitors. Those players played 6 rounds of Swiss. They played best of 3 matches in both draft and throne.
Right.
And now they've got records, and we're going to play 3 more rounds this morning with their expedition decks. At the conclusion of those 3 rounds, we will get down to a top 4, probably.
Probably.
The way that it's going to ultimately work is that for every player who is has a tied record with another player above that top 4 threshold, we'll have a playoff match.
Right, yes.
So we try to minimize the effect that tiebreakers can have by making sure players have to truly earn their way into the top 4.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
Last year we didn't have a tiebreaker.
Right.
Who knows about this year?
Yes, we will see. Now, as for the prizes, what are these players playing for? Well, first of all, the title of world champion, but we've got $55,000 cash, U.S. dollars up for grabs, $15,000 to first place, and all the way down the standings. And what you'll notice is that there's money to be earned going all the way down the table. So even if a player came in today with maybe they didn't have the best day one, even if they don't make top 4, they could still earn more. And so that's great for everybody, as we'll still be checking out the action from all of the players during the competition today. Now, let's talk about what's coming up in Eternal. Let's turn our attention away from the World Championships for a second. Starting on Monday, pre-orders begin for Behemoths of Thera, and we're excited to share with you a preview card from that set, which we'll be releasing in January, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get that up on the screen now, if we can. All right, Twilight Lantern. Luke, break this one down for us.
So Twilight Lantern is a 2-cost fire card, 2/2 with Summon Nightfall. That's a blast from the past there. When you draw your second card in a turn, Twilight Lantern deals double damage this turn.
So yeah, if you've been, it's been a minute since we had Nightfall, but the basics of Nightfall, when it becomes night, which is what happens when we say Nightfall, for a turn cycle, both players will draw an extra card on their turn and take a damage for drawing that card.
Right.
Hey, drawing an extra card, that sounds like it'll draw your second card in a turn. So this Twilight Lantern card, for a common, I mean, 2/2 double damage on the next turn that it's going to attack, and then you got to come up with other ways maybe to figure out how to keep the double damage going. But this looks like a dope fire 2-drop that'll be a real baseline for both potentially draft decks, and I could see this getting into the mix in Expedition as, even just things like Seek Powers turn on drawing a second card. So a lot to like here from this Oni Explorer. You'll learn more about who the Lantern are as we delve deeper into the secrets of Thera. Let's just say it's not an easy place to get around, and so it helps to have a guide.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But yeah, like you said, Seek Power turns on. Basically, any way to get a card into your hand outside of teleport type effects is drawing a card. So it's pretty easy to draw a second card in a turn. And this is a great payoff for it. Now, one thing that you might not have caught on to is Nightfall in our previous sets was exclusively in Time, Primal, and Shadow. This is a fire card with Nightfall. You can expect to see at least one more fire card with Nightfall as well.
Yeah.
And maybe some Justice cards?
Yeah, anytime you're seeing a mechanic show up on a common, it's a pretty good sign that it's going to be showing up in more places.
Right.
So, yeah, lots of fun stuff going on there. And, Fire definitely has some nice thing. Fire as a faction, I mean, like to get aggressive, like to get damage in. One of the lovely things about Nightfall is that your opponent is taking damage every time they draw a card on their turn. With
Whether
Nightfall.
they like it or not. Not even Aegis protects that damage.
True, because you're dealing it to yourself.
Right.
All right, so Twilight Lantern, and so that's one of the cards you'll be able to get your hands on come January. We'll have a draft preview starting. Then we'll have a preview event, and we'll have the full set release all in January, and you'll be able to start pre-ordering it on Monday, which is always a great idea. One of the things that we do with our pre-orders is we really blow them out with value.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And there is just a ton of great stuff in the Behemoths of Thera pre-order, including some very, very lovely alternate art torches. I expect a lot of players who like Twilight Lantern and other fire cards will want to get their hands on. I mean, who doesn't like playing with Torch?
It's a staple for a reason.
All right, so let's get back to business here. We got a World Championship to talk about. And let's take a look, if we can, at where the leaderboards are as we head into the 7th round of 9. It's the first of our expedition rounds. So at the top of your screen, you see Iron Man. We'll check them out to start the day off. They're at 5-1. Then we've got a number of players at 4-2. Apple Chips, the Overmaster, Notorious GHP, It's Tens, and Gozu. Following down on the standings, if we could scroll down a little bit, Collector, Fiend, Jano, I'm a Straight 8, Watchwolf, and Bergand. They're all at 3-3. And we're projecting that the cutoff for top 4 will be either 6-3 or 5-4. Portage and Allison really going to be hoping for that 5-4 mark. And then maybe they get in on like a playoff tiebreaker. Down at the bottom of the screen, it's Game Grump and Alex Fiera, well, they're just a couple games behind those players above them. And if they can get up to that top 12 range with a strong performance, that's an extra $500. For these players, it's going to be best of 3 matches today until we get to our top 4, where it will be best of 5. Okay. So, check in with our producer. How has the round begun? Okay. All right, but we do have the games off and running, it sounds like. All right, we always got to make sure we don't want to miss any action, so we're just checking in production right now. But for Expedition, the format, we've got a few new wrinkles with some of the more recent promo cards. But we're still going to expect to be seeing a good amount of Creation Project and also FPS. I mean, both of those decks managed to combine an incredible amount of high card quality, split up across 3 factions, but you get to play with everything from Syl's Stronghold to the Creation Project. There's a lot to like that both of them. Felon Adept was nerfed. It's now only a 0-3, so it's a little bit easier to kill, even if it gets that buff up to an X4 with something like Searing Fist. But those are the 2 pillars of the format, I would say, going into it. But we'll see if we get any surprises when we get into the matches.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's at least one Huru control deck in there.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Boundless
is running
Knowledge.
Yeah, Boundless Knowledge, and it's running Save the Day, one of our more recent promos.
Yeah, that's a wild one. It kills an attacking. It kills. Can you remind folks of the text?
Yeah,
there's a lot going on with that one.
It's a 7-cost Justice spell that kills a unit outright. If that unit happened to be attacking, it stuns. It will cost 4 less, and it will also stun the entire board, regardless of if they were attacking or not.
Yeah. So it's definitely a big catch-up tool for decks when they're up against really both the Creation Project decks and also FPS, because both of those decks really try to apply a lot of pressure. You get those dinosaur nests, and they're all buffed up by both the dinosaur nest and the Creation Project, and then out of the FPS deck, that comes with a lot of charge damage, and it's really nice to have a fast speed way of sort of sweeping or at least interacting with the board out of something like Huru Control, because charge is going to ruin your day. And especially just even a single unit, when you have Syl's Stronghold in play, you're oftentimes getting an extra buff to something like your Inferno Phoenix or your Anaya.
Yeah, the Stronghold buffs are very potent. Like both the spells with the Threaten or just its base +2 Strength and Overwhelm can really, really do some damage.
All right, it sounds like games have begun. We're going to try to check out Iron Man's match if we can, as they're in pole position at a record of 5-1. They don't need to do a lot. They probably just need to win one more match to lock up their spot in top 8. The big thing, though, is that you can't just rely on having a mediocre showing in Expedition right now. And this is an important thing. part of the process for these players today is that they're both going to be trying to win their way into top 4 with these expedition decks, but also get used to what you're going up against. Try to understand how your opponent's approaching the matchup, what kind of tendencies and tells you might be able to pick up about what cards they might have in their hand. Because if you're one of those players who is near the top of the standings, if you're in that 4-2, 5-1 range, there's a good chance that you might face somebody, and it's not the last time you face them, whether it's in a tiebreaker match or in the actual top 4. All right, still waiting on our... All right, just keep rocking and rolling here. Yeah, we just... so hopefully everyone at home is locked in and ready for an exciting day of eternal action.
I know I am.
Yeah, if you just got done watching the World Cup, when we started broadcasting, Argentina hadn't won. I've heard they have won, so congratulations to them, and we'll see who else who else will join the GOAT Lionel Messi with the title of world champion by the end of today. Could be, again, Luke, I know you seemed excited. It's not going to be one of us.
It's not. Okay.
All right. Sounds like we got Game Grump versus Janot ready, so we're going to go down and check them out, and then we'll see if we can catch some of Iron Man a bit later. All right. So looks like we've got an FPS mirror to kick off the day. At the top of your screen, Janot got a handful of seats, Luke, so they're going to be coming down a little slow here.
Nothing but seats on both sides.
Yeah, really. And when you've got both players have Battlefront Dasher and Plunk, I mean, in debt. There's a Renaya Miviox Maniac, and now a Battlefront Dasher. It's going to get contracted. Going to be a slow start for both players, but when you have contract cards, you always have the potential to have a real big turn in response. And I like this decision by Janot to just play this 2-1 as a blocker. Second Battlefront Dasher is going to come down.
Yep.
Now, Game Grump had the option to potentially... Oh, no, they didn't. They were still paying off debt. I was going to say they could pay off
yes.
Permafrost as well. So Janot's power is all freed up. Once again, just mono-depleted power.
Yeah, now they have the option between trying to be a bit more aggressive with the Plunk or playing their Marauder to get 2 bodies in play here. Will cost them an extra card, but they are on the back foot here. Yeah.
Lethroy Marauder's ability to catch up against Battlefront Dasher has been a big deal for sort of swinging the tempo of things. There's a lot of power... inefficient cards, I would say, or like power intensive in terms of like Battlefront Dasher and Plunk. Leth Marauder is kind of the opposite. You get a lot for just 2 power. The cost is you're going to have to discard something.
Yep.
And that really put the brakes on anything that Game Grump was going to do. They, even just permafrosting on that board, nothing looked attractive.
Janot opting not to attack there, despite having the opportunity to attack with the Marauder and still block with their Elf.
Yeah. They're behind by 6. They've got good cards coming. Game Grump is behind on power, so maybe they're thinking that if they can just start stabilizing this game, they're going to be in fine shape. And
right.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, you look at by not trading off here, now they've played this Direwood pack, which gets +1/+1 whenever a unit dies, and they're in really strong shape here as, I mean, it's not obviously anything that you can do against this Direwood pack. You could double permafrost it. It's super power inefficient. And a lot of your other plays, like Sill Stronghold, you could victimless crime something. That's, I don't know. But it's going to be a single permafrost.
Looking like they're going to try and play Sill or Rania next turn?
Yeah, maybe they were hoping that they can pull off a play with Renaya's contract to play Breath of Miviox.
Right.
To steal that Direwood pack and get off a good 2-for-1. Yeah, the problem with that, Luke, is just I'm not sure how you imagine you're going to be able to get something to block this. Well, they're not. They're going to take a ton here. And for Game Grump, this is looking very rough. There's a Feln Adept as a follow-up. Game Grump could do like basically one thing or two pretty medium things and Terry X Mount and Permafrost.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to go to Jano here. I don't see a way. Like,
if you go Permafrost the pack, play Terry X Mount, and Jano doesn't have anything, you would be kind of okay. And now this is kind of intriguing. I mean, I think Jano has to just ignore the site because it just doesn't do anything now the Victimless Prime is played. So if Game Grump can find some influence or some more power here, maybe they can play Permafrost and a Renaya. Well, they're not going to be able to do that. They have to kind of deal with everything on the board.
Yeah.
Everything's lethal right now.
Yeah, and Renaya's trigger won't happen until post-combat, so it's too late for that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right, so back in the booth here for game number 2. So an FPS mirror where both players basically play depleted power every turn of the game.
Yeah.
That didn't seem like a recipe for success.
Well, it was a success for one of them. But yeah,
true.
in not what you want to be doing in the non-mirrors for sure.
Yeah, and I would say that one of the big strains in this matchup is that there are so many attractive 4 and 5 drop cards that you can play with. I mean, we already saw a couple of them in the form of Renaya, Syl Stronghold, Direwood Pack, and it's pretty easy for you to get jammed up with too many of them in your hand. Looks like Jano's got a much leaner build. I mean, you see Lootstring Bow. That is a real tempo play.
Yep. It's a great way to proc the frenzy of the Felon. So yeah.
Okay, so now for Jano, they've redrawn once. Game Grump has kept their hand. This is a classic little opening where you have Plunk and Battlefront Dasher, and do you want to just go in on Battlefront Dasher? And Game Grump is going to. Jano can answer back if they just play out a non-contracted Dasher. And yeah, we've seen this interaction now in both games where it almost feels like Jano is getting to steal the initiative just by playing a Dasher non-contracted.
Yeah, absolutely. Not having to pay that contract lets their turn 2 play still be online. Game Grump effectively paid 3 to do 3 damage, which is not the best rate.
So Jano has picked up a Direwood Pack, and they've got a couple of one-cost plays between Call the Hit and Battlefront Dasher. So I wonder if we'll see maybe an Inscribe here by one of those Inscribe cards. They could also Inscribe the Call the Hit.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to inscribe the pack into Primal here, since they don't have any other form of Primal. Though they don't have any Primal cards in their hand outside of the pack. But they really want to hit that Rickety Ram cart on turn 3, or maybe the Chizui. I can't see them banking on drawing undepleted power next turn, especially considering how the first game went.
Okay, so they did play the Direwood Pack. They did not choose to get Shadow off of it, so they don't have access to Call the Hit, and they did not play the Battlefront Dasher. So Jano, it looks like they feel comfortable enough with how they've swung things that they're going to kind of they took off some power sort of there. Now we see Plunk getting Teriax mounted.
Yeah.
So this is pretty nice for Game Grump. They're going to have a pretty durable threat. And for Jano, I don't see an immediate way for them to respond to that. And they're going to get things rolling here with Rickety Ramcart.
Yeah, the best they can do in their hand is use Syl's Stronghold to pop the Aegis, and then even then they don't have a way to actually get rid of Plunk after that, since he is a hero.
Speaking of strong 4-drops, we see Lethrai Opportunist, 4-cost, 2/2 killer, and you can either give it +3 strength or +3 health.
Yep.
It's a very flexible answer, and it's the kind of thing which can deal with a 4/2 Plunk with Aegis very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Shame Jano doesn't have it.
Yeah. So we see Shizu come down. And how aggressive are we going to see Game Grump be with this Plunk? They can't do anything else with their power, so they're just going to keep doing it. But they're going to be under debt this turn, and I wonder if we're going to if this is getting close to the point where the Plunk is going to have deaded too many times.
Yeah, I respect the debt this time because they only have a bunch of 2 and 4 costs. If they had drawn power, they could have paid off the debt immediately, and if they don't, they can still play one of their 2-costers. That said, Jano is coming back in full force here.
Wow. And quite a statement by Game Grump, not blocking the 1-2 Terex mount on the 4-1 Battlefront Dasher. Now, there is a Shizu out there, so there would be a card drawn,
right,
nonetheless. All right, now here we go. We're going to get to use Leth Marauder to discard the Feln Adept, and it's going to do... We're going to give it Blood Hunt, so it's going to get Killer. It's going to kill the Shizu. And now we're going to see an attack by Plunk. So this was a lot of work by Game Grump just to deny Jano sort of an extra card.
Yes. But I understand. Jano is currently at 8, and this Plunk will kill in 2 turns if left unanswered. And it's going to be unanswered this turn as well, so just trying to apply the pressure without letting Jano draw any additional cards to get out from this Plunk situation makes a lot of sense.
All right, so, excuse me, Game Grump has them at 8. Plunk would hit them down to 4, and then a Stonebreaker Bow nearly kills them. They're not going to contract the Stonebreaker Bow. I think they just want to mitigate how much damage could come across. So, does this Riva just have to sit back just to chump block?
Yeah.
Did. All right.
Can't even play the Riva. Did not have enough fire.
Yeah, it's such a fine line, as you can see. Like, FPS been around, been a staple deck for a while now, and I think part of what's made the deck interesting for players and attractive for players is, my gosh, is there a bevy of options for you in terms of how do you fill out your deck. Obviously, there's certain cards. Plunk is the one that we see in just about all of the lists, Feln Adept. But beyond that, how you customize your power base, which factions are you leaning on, which inscribe cards do you have, exactly which 3 drops. And as you can see, there's already been a great disparity between which cards Jano has access to and which cards Game Grump does. I do like how Jano is set up for game number 3 being on the play. I just love cards like Shizu and Rickety Ramcard in terms of being great 3-drop options to keep applying pressure. But we'll see. Maybe Game Grump can swing things back. Both players have a... Oh, no, we got a redraw.
Ooh.
I feel like this is going to be a 6-card hand for Jano. Let's see if they decide to keep this very slow number.
Yeah, that hand is not doing much. This hand is also not much better. It has access to Fire and Primal, but both of those 2-drops are Shadow.
Yeah. So we will see a contracted Battlefront Dasher on turn 1 from Game Grump. Jano has picked up a Rickety Ram card, and they can use Loot Stringing Bow to take out the Battlefront Dasher. They'll need to take a little bit of damage, and they'll be down to 20, but they've sort of stopped the early pressure. Critical turn, though. They find Zoltan Conclave, giving them a 3rd power. It gives them access to Shadow Influence, and now which 3-drop is it going to be? They're going to go for a Feln Adept. And for Game Grump, if they want, they can use Lethmar Marauder, and they can Blood Hunt it, and they can take out the Feln Adept. And this was a pretty power-inefficient play, playing the Feln Adept.
Right.
But for Jano, they wanted to get it ahead on cards, and that was what that offered.
Yeah, Jano was telegraphing pretty hard. I am going to find a way to hit you with this next turn. So Game Grump heading that off at the pass. Very wise play.
Now here's Rickety Ramcart for Jano. They're deciding if they want to inscribe that Direwood pack. They're not going to. And for Game Grump here, this is lovely. You can go ahead and play out the Direwood pack. And now if the Rickety Ramcart attacks, you could eat up the... Oh, all right. Well, Stonebreaker Bow can take this out. This is going to be a huge turn here for Jano. Kill the Direwood pack, and the Hook Bot is going to force a block. And you almost wonder if an attack there would have been prudent just in case of that scenario.
Right. Yeah, in case something like that happened. What are they going to do? Block with their Rickety Ramcart?
Yeah. So for Game Grump, they'll be able to play out Plunk. They'll be able to play out Shizu. And this is a nice spot because now they have that 3-2 available to block. But Jano can mess them up really good here with a Lethmar Marauder if they want to go for it. Yeah, we're going to see that.
Lethmar Marauder with Blood Hunt taking out Shizui, and then the Hookbot will once again take out Plunk.
And because Shizu died first, it's not there to see this unit with a weapon die, and Ricky Ramcart just rocking and rolling.
Yeah, Game Grump is going to have, well,
ooh,
that's, yeah.
Tough to play Plunk into that.
Yeah.
And once you start falling behind to these hook bots, it gets really annoying because now it's like, how do you ever get to block the bigger units? All right, well, there's Sill's Stronghold. Sill's Stronghold.
It can take out the Ram Cart, but even then, there will still be 2 hook bots, and the pack will grow, so only really saving yourself 1 damage. Plus, you have a completely undefended Stronghold, though Game Grump might just continue to attack, or Jano might just continue to attack Game Grump directly here, since there isn't a whole lot that the Stronghold can do.
Well, it can play, give a unit quick draw and pop the Aegis.
That's true. It could pop the Aegis.
Okay. Battlefront Dasher plus Plunk. Okay, so we're not going to see that. Instead, we're going to see Sill's Stronghold is going to take out Battlefront Dasher. This, or maybe it could go and buff up the Feln Adept. No, okay, we'll see that. And then this is going to be another 7 damage coming across.
Yep. Would have been 7 if they had or hadn't attacked with the hook bots.
True, good point. And now here's Renaya. Can Renaya maybe do enough? I don't think so. But if you go Plunk,
you can play them both and possibly get a double block on the Wolf and gain some. Well, no, you can't even do that. You have to block the hook bots.
All right, so we're going to see Renaya get played.
And gain oh, well.
Renaya is going to steal Renaya, and that is, I imagine, going to be...
Yeah, that will be game.
Yeah. So Jano's going to take this down. They did redraw down to 6 this game, but Rickety Ramcart, we saw it eat, what was it, multiple Plunks?
It was a Plunk and a Marauder.
You're right.
And held the other Plunk at bay.
Yeah, I mean, that game was really won on the backs of Rickety Ramcart.
Oh, yeah.
And was gone by the end, but the hook bots were still around, and they just really messed up Game Grump.
Yeah, Rickety Ramcart had recently been nerfed from 4 strength to 3, but still a very strong card. The hook bots are very potent, especially against a deck with a lot of X1s.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why you see Permafrost in some players' lists right now, because that is one of the better answers against the Ramcart. All right, we're going to check out Allison versus Portich here.
Okay.
And looks like Portich is up a game. The top of your screen, looks like we've got a Cloud Scraper against Portich's Plunk and a Direwood pack, which got inscribed. Interesting. And now we'll see a Field Medic come down. Wow, looks like Allison has Creation Project but hasn't found Fire Influence.
Yeah, that is pretty rough, but she seems to be doing okay for herself regardless.
All right, Allison's got Portich down to 1, or down to 7, excuse me. Rickety Ramcart's going to appear. Second Creation Project. This game isn't over yet, as there's going to be a Hookbot that can jump the Cloud Scraper.
Yep.
Portich is going to drop down to 4, but if they find an answer off the top of their deck for the Cloud Scraper, this game will go on. The game will continue unless Portich was like, I'd rather just play a game through.
Yeah.
That feels like a real concession that you only get if the player's up a game.
Yes. Yeah, because did have one more draw available to them, potentially, but wasn't going to... Feln Adept wasn't going to do anything that game.
I was going to chump Cloud
Yeah.
Scraper and die. Yeah. All right. So we'll get into game 3 of that match as soon as both players are ready to go. So for the Creation Project decks, what are the reasons to play it? Well, Cloud Scraper is a really phenomenal answer against Renaya, against something that got Teriax mounted, against Riva.
Riva.
Bunch of flyers going around.
Felon Adept.
Absolutely. And then you've got Field Medic, which is a nice way to sort of help give a surprise block against something like Plunk or Rickety Rampcart.
Yeah, it's a very good answer to Plunk, as it will survive and potentially give you a bit of health depending on if you want to contract.
All right, so Portage is going to be up first, and they've kept a hand. They are missing Primal Influence, so maybe we will see an Inscribed Direwood pack on the first turn. We do.
Yep.
For Allison, a solid-looking draw, Sharp Battle Tactician, Waystone Igniter, Krogar, and Creation Project.
Yeah, so Allison has a bunch of seats and then the Zolta Conclave. So could play the Conclave for undepleted power whenever necessary, but won't help with the seats there. Contracting the Igniter. The Igniter is a perfectly good blocker for Plunk when uncontracted. Assuming it lives, of course, but Portic has this Stonebreaker bow. Oh, going with Chisui instead.
So they're going to offer up the trade. Allison will trade, and now Portage is going to get to draw 1 card, and then they will also have this decision to make on the overall damage from Plunk. They did pay 2. Have not found another source of undepleted power, so they're going to be paying off some debt here.
Yeah.
Allison is going to think about it. They're not going to contract their Waystone Igniter. They want to be geared up next turn to play either Sharp Tactician or that Creation Project. Or Field Medic. You know, they got options coming.
Could be Field Medic too, yeah. Portage goes for the Inscribed to get up to that important 4 power, but basically has to take this turn off.
And yeah, this is a great spot for Allison because they were able to get down Creation Project onto a board that was relatively even. They're going to get Victimless Crimed here, but now they have this ability to rebuild, and they're going to be seeing extra cards. Their units are going to be larger. There's a Kickflip Monk into Parliament Elder on the top of the deck.
Yeah, she is going to go for the Elder here.
And then inscribe the Kickflip Monk.
Yeah, the Elder with the Creation Project is out of range of that Stonebreaker bow, though Portage might just play another Sill Stronghold here just to get rid of that owl.
Yeah, if you if you use that quick draw mode or if you use the threaten mode, both of them will ultimately get this through. So we're just going to see the +2 strength. So trying to make it as difficult as possible to not block. And yeah, wow. Allison just takes 7. And now for Portage, got a couple of follow-up options. They're going to play Plunk and a Rickety Rampcart.
Rampcart, yeah.
So a lot of catch-up work to do if you're Allison. Top of the deck reveals a Dinosaur Nest, and that one could be tough to warp in right now.
Yeah, she really needs to gain some health here. Silencing the Rickety Rampcart is pretty powerful. So now we've got Krogar on one side, Chisui on the other. Where's Caleb?
And yeah, we got the Sky Craig 7 facing off against themselves.
6, but yes.
That's right. Too much alliteration for one day. All right, so Sill Stronghold cannot take out Krogar just because it's a hero and the spell that it plays is Victimless Crime. What we're seeing here is a big attack, and I imagine that means we're going to see a Stonebreaker Bow finish off this Krogar, and it's going to push quite a bit of damage through. That's something to watch out for is Stonebreaker Bow's contract. With the Overwhelm, this is really going to deal a lot right now to Allison, as they're going to take, assuming we do see the Stonebreaker Bow contracted, we're going to see an extra 3 come across. They might not contract, though. If you want to, you kind of have the choice of paying 2 power for 2 damage.
Right. Yeah. I could see not contracting here just because let's play Sill Stronghold next turn. But they can just play Chisui next turn as well, get some Overwhelm in. Rakano Tome on the top. So she's just going to have to deal with what she has in hand, but what she has in hand is a Tinker Unionist, which does have Unleash thanks to that creation project.
And we're going to see a very suspicious, don't continue to unleash it, signaling to Portage that something is up. What that is a field medic.
Yes. Which would gain a boatload of health here.
Boatload to 6?
Seven.
Or 7.
Yeah.
7, yeah, counts herself. Alright, so we see a Shizu going onto the ramp cart. That only gets it up to being a 4-1 overwhelm, so yeah, we're not going to see any attacks. Plus 8 health for Allison, and it really feels like Allison has now stabilized. They're going to get to play this Justice Sigil off the top. Maybe now they found a window they could play Dinosaur Nest. Now they're going to play Sharp Tactician, I guess, and that's going to silence. Oh, now they get to start taunting with these Tinker Unionists?
I have a feeling these rickety ram carts that have been silenced are going to be first on the chopping block here.
Yeah, those do seem to be the worst units, and you're right. Those are the ones that are going to go away. They're going to trade off with the Unionists. And does Allison want to hold up an all-nighter, or are we going to see Dinosaur Nest come down? They're going to hold up all-nighter. So this is a really intentional play by Allison, saying, I don't think I need the value from Dinosaur Nest a couple turns from now. What I do need is this ability to ensure that if I want to, I can interact with a cheap unit.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nothing in play aside from the plunk with Aegis, but you never know.
Battlefront Dashers.
Yeah. Felnat ups.
Lethmar Marauders, one of the bigger, more impactful, cheap units that can come down. All right.
Portage has a fistful of good cards, but what do they do in this situation? Looks like still Stronghold.
Yeah, it looks like what they're trying to do is ultimately open things up in the air. So we're going to see this come down, take out the Parliament Elder. Now they can use Stonebreaker Bow to take out the Medic. And so this was a great turn here from Portage, and now with the additional buff from Sil Stronghold, and we are going to be down to an empty board for Allison. And I mean, the Dinosaur Nest play, I would say, kind of at this point has not worked out, because you'd love to get some more units on this board right now. All right, there's a Cloud Scraper.
Yeah, is a big unit, nothing to hit, but will at least block this Chisui.
All right, so Portage paid a lot of debt last turn, so they got nothing for this turn. And even with a threaten plus the buff from Sil Stronghold, that can't attack into this 9/8 Cloud Scraper. So
right.
Portage is going to be sitting back here, and now Creation Project doing its thing again. 1/1 from the Dinosaur Nest, a Furious Magniventress. That is going to lock down the Shizu. Cloud Scraper takes out the Stronghold. Now, keep in mind, Portage is still at 17, and the skies are clear, so...
Yep, Permafrost can handle this Cloud Scraper. Riva can handle the Dinosaur or just all of the armor on her own.
That is a good question. Yeah. Are you just trying to get across the finish line, or should we be working through these dinosaurs? We're going to work through these dinosaurs, because they're going to need some more help to kill here.
Right. Fortunately, cannot take advantage of that power, and playing that seat undepleted tells Allison that all Portage has in hand right now is a Sigil.
There's another all-nighter on top of the deck. Going to use that to draw an Apprentice Mage. 2 cost, 2/2 plus 1 max power. Here's Lunar Claw. It's going to take out... Well, before it takes out Shizu, it's going to open up a massive attack with Furious Magniventress. 9/10 coming at you.
Might not even attack the Chisui here.
Yeah, I think that's a good play not to. Okay, no, we're going to just keep things nice and and simple. There's Teriak's mount. So you could play that, mount up the Riva. And
I think Portage is looking to block with it. So
block with the Riva?
Yeah.
Yeah, how likely if you get in an extra 3 here are you to be able to finish it off? Well, they're not going to, which is a smart move against that all-nighter.
Oh.
Allison has found a Parliament Elder, and that is going to be the death knell for Allison. Well, Furious Magnaventurous getting warped is going to be the death knell.
Okay, well, congratulations to Allison for coming down from a loss in Game 1, but coming back with Game 2 and 3.
Yeah. And the Creation Project is a powerful card, and we kind of saw that take over, and you can see why the early turns in the game matter so much, because that turn that Allison played the Creation Project, what happened there? We saw Syl Stronghold kill their last unit and then get in a big attack with Shizu, and the difference is, at that stage of the game, are you behind multiple units or are you behind one unit? They were only behind one unit, and that was kind of just about enough that they could be losing by, where they could stabilize the board, come back, and it really took everything they had between Cloud Scraper being huge, Krogar gaining health, Field Medic gaining health. I mean, Allison ended that game at about 12, and between Krogar and Field Medic, that was about the difference.
Gained 13 health just from those 2 cards.
So good stuff there from Allison taking it down. How are we looking for matches? All right, That was the last one. So we are going to take a break, and we'll be back with round number 8, our second round of Expedition.
Yeah.
The second to last round of Swiss. So jam-packed action coming your way in just a few minutes.
Yep, we'll see you all soon.
All right, welcome back. We are here for round number 8. We did have a brief delay. One of our competitors, WatchWolf92, so we allow players to submit deck lists as many times as they want up until the deadline. It looks like they submitted a revision right before the deadline that didn't get picked up in our system. It was just a tweak of a couple of cards. So we've gotten their deck list updated to what they submitted, as they did submit that before the deadline. The competitors have all been notified with the updated deck list, so it should be good to go from there. But now that we've got that taken care of, we can get back focused on where things stand as we head into round number 8. This is the penultimate round of Swiss, and I do love getting to use that word, penultimate. Let's take a look at that leaderboard for our top 16. Iron Man lost this round, and so now we are bunched up. You know, if we just ended things right now, we'd have a nice clean cut at 5-2 with Iron Man, Apple Chips, Notorious GHP, and Gozu. As we go farther down on the list, Overmaster, It's Tens, Janot, Collector, Watchwolf, and the Burgund. That's your X and 3 portion of the bracket. So those 6 players, that's really what's looking extra live. And then if you're down in that 11 to 16 range with 4 losses or more, you're looking for a little bit of help. So we will be checking out some more Expedition this round. And, you know, the first round we got to see both Creation Project and FPS in action. Both decks had their moments of being pretty impressive. You know, I think what the things that you really like about the Creation Project deck are with its Unleash cards, whether we're talking about Tinker Unionist, Parliament Elder, and then with Creation Project, this is the deck that really has the biggest end game. We're going to be checking out Gozu versus Apple Chips this round, and let's see what we got, Luke. It looks like we've got a little bit of a FTS versus FPS, that T standing for time. Apple Chips, they've got Abundance, Dinosaur Nest, and Vikram's Bomb, and so this looks like a bit of a go-wide deck.
Yeah, looks like they also have packed their deck full of answers to Creation Project with Waystone Igniter and Vikram's Bomb, both very flexible cards that can deal with Creation Project as soon as it comes down.
Yeah, and I mean, if you looking ahead to next turn for Apple Chips, I mean, they got Dinosaur Nest. They'll get a Dinosaur. If they play collection rounds into Abundance, we could see a ton of stuff here. So let's see. Here we go. Collection rounds. Get 2/1/1 Minotaurs with Taunt. Abundance. They've already played a spell in 3 units. This is the 5th, so they're going to get a 5-drop. And that is a Rakano Adept, which comes along with a 2/2. A massive start here from Apple Chips. For Gozu, do you got any Saloon Massacres this weekend?
Yeah, that's what I would be looking for. So
the Rakano Adept goes down, and the Still Stronghold is still around. Hey, there's Grumbo for Apple Chips. The nice thing about Still Stronghold is that it came down pretty early this game, so maybe Apple Chips is going to have to, you know, deal a bunch of damage just getting this off the board. Yeah, they'll do that, but they are really gearing up with just a huge go-wide board here. Gozu could maybe follow up with something like a Stonebreaker Bow on Grumbo plus a Rickety Ram card.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable start here.
They got a lot of problems to deal with, Luke.
Oh, yeah, this is very massive. Oh, okay. Playing the Pitarax mount instead to try and block and survive.
I mean, you could try. Vikram's Bomb, right now there is no hero in play. It wouldn't deal any extra damage, but it would deal a lot of damage.
Well, looks like they're happy enough to trade a Taunt Minotaur at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty smart play. You know, at this point, if you use Vikram's Bomb on the T-Rex mount, it's not the biggest threat in the world. You could go ahead and play something like the Rat King, continue to develop, and then if there's a bigger unit that you want to contend with, maybe like a Riva or a Direwood Pack, you still have some interaction in hand for that.
Yeah. Gozu with a Rickety Ram cart, trying to do what they can here. Bomb will take out the mount this time. The Ram cart has to block the Minotaur.
Yeah, unless it gets stunned by Left-Right Gambit. Nope. They'll stun the big dinosaur at 3/3. They are taking a ton. Despite the lifesteal damage from Left-Right Gambit, they drop down to 1. Yeah, Gozu. You're dead. So
Okay.
a really fantastic start there from Apple Chips, getting it going with that dinosaur nest into collection rounds plus abundance. And, I think something that, the Huru deck is trying to take advantage of is a lot of times these decks that we're seeing, whether it's Creation Project, FPS, or this FTS deck, they're all trying to build up a big, big board presence. And if you have a sweeper like a Nothing Remains or a Harsh Rule, something in that space, Saloon Massacre would be great.
Oh,
You
yeah.
could really catch up. And so we'll see if maybe Huru Control can make a dent, because that kind of start is very tough to come back from unless you have something specifically
Right.
like a sweeper. Even a bigger blocker would have gotten Vikram's bombed.
Yeah.
All right, so Gozu is going to be up first this game. This looks like a solid enough hand. What do you think?
For Gozu here? They can't play either of those Adept. Oh, no, they have the Inscribe. I missed the...
Yeah, you go
missed the
ahead
wolf.
and scribe,
Yeah.
and then you could go Found Adept on turn 2, and then Terry-X mount it. Meanwhile, for Apple Chips, they're going to be a little slow coming out, so they're going to redraw. They've got a hand now with 2 Grumbos, a Dashing Scoundrel, and the Big Wheel.
The Big Wheel. Big Wheel is one of my favorite cards from Cold Hunt. I am excited to see it on the main stage here at Worlds. We'll see if he gives it a spin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky being on the draw. They picked up a second copy of the Big Wheel. Now, Grumbo into the Rat King could really do some nice catch-up work. Oh, and Shizu is even better than Terry-X mounting, I would think. Okay, we're going to call the hint plus Terry-X mount. So this stops all the health gain and Grumbo from growing large, and we're still going to develop this Feln Adept into a massive threat.
Yeah. Being able to just permanently have your Feln Adept be able to hit turn after turn can get some huge value. Another mount.
Yes, and now for Apple Chips. If you play, it's tough. The Rat King over the next 2 turns could potentially shrink that Feln Adept back down. You could go fast with the Dashing Scoundrel, but yeah. Now that the Rat King costs 2 to activate, it's a lot more attractive to play it, not knowing if you'll ever get to activate it, because it just takes so late into the game until you can both play and activate.
Waiting until 5. Doesn't even have 5 power at the moment guaranteed for that turn 5 play.
All right, Gozu's going to get a second hit in with the Feln Adept. And they're going to look at the top 3, come back with, I would guess, a power. No, they're going to be Stonebreaker Bowing. And yeah, they could do this not contracted and
still take out that Rat King.
Yeah, and this ensures that their Feln Adept is not going to get shrunk down. And if you're Apple Chips, do you want to just try to play for a long game, maybe get down a Big Wheel? If you play out Renaya, you do have ostensibly a blocker.
Yeah, Renaya blocks assuming nothing nefarious happens to her, but Big Wheel provides so much value over time.
All right, so there's Renaya. And yeah, Gozu does not have the immediate way to get past this. Well,
could play... Oh, no, does not have the power for the Stronghold.
They don't have the power for the Stronghold. That would work. You could give a quick draw to your Feln Adept. You can't Victimless Crime a Renaya, though, so it's only a temporary play. And now, Renaya is a big, big problem here for Gozu because it does have Deadly and Taunt.
Yep, can take out that Feln Adept no matter what here. Well,
so Gozu is going to play out another Feln Adept, and this gives them a flying blocker that they're willing to get rid of.
Right.
The question is, are we going to see anything past that in the way of one of these Terry-X mounts or Battlefront Dashers?
I could see just passing turn here and then through the unknowing your Feln Adept back to be able to block again the turn after.
Now, Apple Chips is going to go on in with this attack. And interestingly, yeah, so Gozu's going to let the big one die.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what the advantage is. We'll have to see, because kind of either way. You can buy it back, but I would kind of rather have the 1/4 in play than the 0/3.
Yeah, and there comes that big wheel. Big wheel, very fun card. You draw an additional card at the start of your turn. You take damage equal to its cost, unless it's a power. Then you gain 2 health instead.
Yeah, it's a nice one. So Gozu could play Feln Adept, but then it would just be there to get eaten again. Gozu could go for something like Shizuing this Feln Adept, get an attack in, maybe find some power, and then it kind of pumps the brakes on the Renai on the other side. All right, so Gozu finds power. It's depleted. It's okay. Here's the big wheel. And, yeah, Apple Chips gains 2 off of it, so they're going up. Maybe they'll go back down. Here's Grumbo plus the Rat King. Gain 3 health. Give Grumbo +3/+3. And if you're Gozu, Syl Stronghold, the problem is just the agenda just won't be that good. If
Right.
You could give Quick Draw to Feln Adept and get it through, but then that's just like a one hit and you're done. One of the things that both of these players are looking for is not just what is going to advantage them on this particular turn, this particular attack, but what sets them up for the most success later on in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause like you said, it's not going to have any impact past this first turn, and then it would just get killed by Renaya or whatever. So, Gozu's...
I mean, if you go Syl Stronghold +2 strength on the Feln Adept, attack with it, it'll have Overwhelm, thanks to Shizu. It gets in, and then even if you lose Syl Stronghold, it still has enough stats where it could still attack in a future turn, potentially.
looks like they are going to go with the Stronghold play.
Yeah, so that... No, they're going to go for the Quick Draw. So the advantage of this is that it doesn't give Apple Chips any options about blocking. I mean, they could chump block, but they did not.
Another power for Gozu.
Now we'll see Teriak's mount, but without contract. So
Oh.
they're just going to play a 1/2 here. The reason why they're doing that is they want to increase the amount of blockers they have so they can potentially make it difficult to get the Syl Stronghold off the board.
Right.
Even if they were to attack with, like, really all of their... Well, if they attacked with all of their ground units, it would die exactly. All right, here Dashing Scoundrel. Making it harder now as these rats are going to be unblockable. Grumbo's getting very large. And
Yeah.
is this going face? I mean, this is just a ton of damage coming in.
No attack from Rania, still wanting to block that Feln Adept.
So Dashing Scoundrel says your attacking units have deadly, so once they attack, we'll see those green skulls appear above their heads.
Yup.
And they're all going at the site. Basically, if Gozu wants, they get this opportunity to make some blocks, recognizing that they won't be profitable blocks. And they're going to take down the Rat King with a double block of both Teriak's mounts as the site goes away. So yeah, so now the difficult spot here, if your Gozu is this Feln Adept, it's now can't attack into Renaya.
Yeah. You could Battlefront Dasher it twice, I guess. That seems very expensive.
So we're going to see Renaya, and we are going to see Breath of Mibiox get played on the Dashing Scoundrel. And this is going to have... This is a great play here by Gozu. Because they stole Dashing Scoundrel, their attacking units will have Deadly, and the Dashing Scoundrel itself has Taunt, so it's going to force probably the Rat King to jump into it. And Renaya herself is thinking about blocking that Feln Adept. Gozu's got a lot of debt to pay off here, but they are getting back into this. The Grumbo, I'm not sure what their long-term plan is for that one.
Yeah, Arania on both sides is quite interesting. They'll both gain a lot of health from this attack. Well, I guess it depends on if it's 4 or 8. But the Grumbo is going to make a huge difference for sure, especially with the Vikram's Bomb backup.
And so now for Gozu, they get to draw with Felnadept. They'll get another power. That's going to let them pay off some depth, so maybe they can actually do something next turn. But all of the problems that were around before are still going to exist here. Vikram's Bomb is going to take out Renaya. This is not going to be lethal, but honestly, it's not going to be super far off.
Yeah, another big wheel. Suppose when you've got that much health.
Yeah, and if Renaya is coming in, that really shows you about what gear of the game Apple Chips has shifted into. They are no longer worried about taking 1 damage back and letting Gozu draw some cards. One of the problems that Gozu had this game was they really had to focus a lot of energy just figuring out how to get their engine online.
Yeah.
And in terms of like whose engine has sort of held up better, the big wheel has just been very consistently delivering the goods, whereas Felnadept's been like, I need you to focus so much energy on me just to get me through, to get me not eaten by Renaya.
Right.
And yeah, Renaya has really dominated Felnadept this game, I would say.
Yeah.
Because even it's not that the Felnadept has even died, it's just that it's been put through hell and back.
Yeah. So much effort has gone through this Felnadept. Like, can't say she hasn't drawn Gozu tons of cards. Gozu has 5 cards in hand, but none of them are going to deal with this Grumbo or this horde of rats. We thought we'd seen all of the rats yesterday. No.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, look, that 1/4 Felnadept is just there on chumping duty, and I think Renaya, with a little bit of Miviok's breath, is going to imagine that plus call the hit.
Yeah.
Apple Chips has to be able to find lethal here, right? Just kill that
think
one.
So. Take Chizui. And then 5 rats, and yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, so Breath of Miviox. Steal an enemy unit, give it Deadly and Taunt. Steal an enemy unit and give it Taunt, excuse me.
Right.
The Deadly comes from the Dashing Scoundrel sometimes. All right, so back in the booth there, Apple Chips takes it down. Firetime Shadow, first time seeing that on
that
coverage
was an
this weekend.
exciting build.
Yeah, it looks pretty sweet. Really like the way that all the pieces are coming together with that deck. The combination of Dashing Scoundrel into Renaya for Breath of Miviox, it's we've seen other players have Renaya, and we've seen that sometimes it's like, oh, I want to steal that unit, and have that unit block, but that unit's already exhausted. And what the Dashing Scoundrel unlocks is it means when you have that in play, when you play Breath of Miviox, the Deadly is just enormous.
Right. Yeah.
Now, the dangerous thing is it seems like it works well for your opponents for Renaya, too.
Assuming they take your Scoundrel. But yeah, that's very...
All right, here we go here. Collector versus Jano. Game 3, Tinker Unionist bouncing off the Felnadept. And for Jano, is it going to be a Shizu on the Felnadept? It is. So their Felnadept is now online. And Collector, they're going to have to come up with a little bit of help here because Field Medic alone is not going to get it done against this.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. How about an all-nighter? So the taunting Tinker Unionist will take out Shizu. Field Medic will get in.
Holding on to that all-nighter just in case this Adept gets even more equipped before attacks.
Yeah, and Jano's got to wonder what's going on here. They've got some options here. They could play Plunk and Battlefront Dasher it. They could play another Shizu, get a little bit more damage going on the Felnadept. Even Stonebreaker Bow before attacking opens up Frenzy possibilities that will push more damage through.
Yeah.
Then, of course, you could just start off the turn with your Felnadept attack, see what you get, and then plan out the rest. Maybe this isn't the time to push in with any kind of charge play.
Yeah, it looks like They anticipated the second field medic here. Didn't want to go with the charge play.
So we're going to see Plunk, and this is a pretty awkward use of a turn. I mean, you could play Stonebreaker Bow, but if there's another field medic, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Battlefront Dashering right now is rough, and so Jano is just not going to spend much of their power. And there's a big Parliament Elder on top of the deck as 2 field medics are crunching in. And it seems like Collector kind of knows how they want to play this game, and it involves you hit me with Plunk, I hit you back, you spend your power drawing cards, I kill you.
That seems to be the plan. Yeah, it seems to be working so far. We can see a Riva come down here, but can't really do much outside of just block this Parliament Elder.
So Riva is going to hit face, then it can attack. Both of these units can attack, and if Parliament Elder blocks either one of them, Stonebreaker Bow can finish off the Elder. I like this play, but what's the plan here for Jano? It's draw some cards and while Collector is killing them. So we're going to see a tricky decision here for Jano. Are they going to pay for the contract on Plunk? They got some power back from Riva.
Looks like they decided not to contract.
You're sure?
Yes, the Riva ability processed.
You would know better than me the order in all these things happen. Yeah, I mean, if they've already made their Riva, if the Riva power has already gone through.
Yeah.
All right, here's Jano. They've got Shizu. That Stonebreaker Bow could take out one of these field medics. So we're going to see Shizu on Plunk, trying to open things up for a future turn. Shizu does not have a good block here.
No, thanks to that Valor on those field medics.
Dropping Jano all the way down to 6. Parliament Elder is going to stun. When it hits the enemy player, you play just a sigil from your deck, but then it stuns itself, so it's out of the play for a moment. And for Jano, Stonebreaker Bow can deal with a little bit of something here. Plunk is going to kick things off.
Yeah, Jano really needs a card here, even if gets blocked, has Overwhelm thanks to the mark from Chisui. So we'll see what Jano gets.
Yeah, it's a couple of cards if you block it down, and it reduces your attack. So Collector's making a bit of a gamble here that they can finish this game off soon before they sort of fall under the deluge of cards that Jano's drawing. And really, this seems like anyone's game right now. We're going to see a Stonebreaker Bow. With only 1 armor, that Stonebreaker Bow is going to bring on some damage coming back.
Yeah.
Still probably they take out a field medic. There's another field medic. That could be pretty big on next turn's blocks, but Collector thinks they've got an attack. All right. I guess. Yeah, the way these attacks go, it's not too shabby. You don't get any damage through, but getting the Shizu off the board is quite nice.
Yeah, getting the Shizu off the board, getting the 2 Warcry triggers. The field medic is completely safe here, and with another field medic in hand, block the Plunk and not even worry about the Overwhelm. I think this is a pretty reasonable attack. Oh, Jano's thinking of going down to 1 here. Combre doesn't have a lot of burn, so 1's all you need.
Did not get any help off the top of the deck.
Yeah, gonna have to attack with at least 1 of these Plunks. I guess they don't have to. If they fear a field medic here.
Yeah, that's the big concern is what happens if you just get ambushed? Can you come back from that?
Yeah, because you could just Battlefront Dasher your smaller Plunk, and then you could block both of these field medics.
Whoa. Both plunks coming in. That would have been wild.
Okay, just...
So they're going to do something kind of cheeky. They're going to send in the smaller one, the one without Overwhelm. This was a hedging line against there being a Field Medic, because now what they can do is they can play Battlefront Dasher, and they have enough blockers to survive, though they are going to... None of these blocks are going to be very good.
No, the Plunk can trade with one. Riva can bounce off of the Parliament Elder, but the Battlefront Dasher will die. So this is a profitable attack for Collector.
Yeah, and now the Collector has dealt with all of the plunks. There's no more threat of cards being drawn. Jano needs help all off the top. It's Riva, which is enough to keep them in this game. You just play Riva, take 2 Collector, and you're go. Do you have some more follow-up? They don't.
Nope.
So we're going to be sitting here for a moment. Seed of Fury, who's going to get something good first?
Yeah, this really comes down to who can draw what first. Jano just at the brink here. Oh, I like playing the Sigil here instead of the Seat.
How do you like that compared to drawing Furious?
Yeah, I like drawing Magnaventress much better.
Ba-boom! Collector with Combre beatdown. So pretty nice. So
okay.
You know, we talked about Creation Project and FPS, those two being like pillars of the format, and coming into this round, we saw 2 sort of upstart decks in FTS and Combre taking things down. So bit of a comeback for the Time Sigils. All right, we are going to take a break and be back with round 9. It'll be our final round of Swiss, and we will be figuring out who is in our top 4. Be back in a few.
Yep. See you soon.
right, welcome back. It's time for round 9 here, the last round of Swiss for 12 of the 16 competitors, probably. This will be the last round of competition here, as we are going to figure out our top 4. We'll take a look at the leaderboard as soon as we can right now, and what we're going to be doing is, as you can see, Apple Chips is going to be in at 6-2. Very, very likely, as we can assume. X and 3s go all the way down to the top 8. And so what we're projecting from this is that we're going to get 4 or 5 players on 6 and 3. The Apple Chips match will be sort of the big one. If Apple Chips were to lose, that would mean we would then have 5 players on 6 and 3, and then we would ultimately have a playoff match. But otherwise, if Apple Chips prevails, we will have exactly 4 players on 6 and 3 or better, and that will be your top 4. And that is Apple Chips, Notorious, GHP, Iron Man, It's Tens, Gozu, the Overmaster, Collector, and the Burgund. Not seeing any real scenarios. You know, things can get a little bit different than how you plan with a Swiss event because if players have already played in a format, they might necessitate that players below that top 8 get paired, but that probably won't happen here.
Probably won't.
So what that means is we're going to start off with a match from among these top 8 players, and we'll try our best to prioritize getting games from these top 8 players during the course of this round. After that, we're going to have a break, and it'll either be a short break and we'll come back for the top 4, or it'll be a little bit of a longer break as we'll allow players to get ready for the top 4 and our tournament system. So we're going to be checking out Apple Chips here to get things started, as we have them once again playing FTS. They're up against Huru Control, and so this is the big control deck of the field. Boundless Knowledge, Wisdom of the Elders. I mean, we see how many different card draw spells in hand, a lot. Mystical Shackles will get to silence and kill the Rickety Ram cart, so no Hookbot coming out of it. But now Apple Chips is going to transition into a pretty awesome plan of the big wheel. And you see Argenport Noble for the Burgund. Luke, can that silence it?
No.
Why not?
Because it costs 4.
Great answer. All right, so Stormwall Plating gets inscribed. The Burgund picks up some extra armor. But now Apple Chips is going to be rolling, and we're going to see a second copy of the big wheel. And this is going to be a real challenge for the Burgund. They're going to need to contend with 3 cards a turn coming from Apple Chips' way.
Yeah, the control deck obviously has a lot of value with over time with all of their card draw, but it's not 3 cards a turn. It's like an extra 2 cards here, an extra 2 cards there.
So we'll see Vikram's Bomb take out a Magnaventress, and Apple Chips is going to hold up collection rounds. There's another Magnaventress.
Yeah, that armor is building up.
Yeah, the Burgund is trying to kind of get a fast closeout to this game through the use of these Furious Magnaventresses, but, Dashing Scoundrel plus collection rounds. Me, oh my.
Gonna play some Grumbos first, get an extra health, and Grumbo grows. Yeah, this is
pretty great.
That's a pretty great swing for Apple Chips, having basically an empty board at the end of the Burgund's turn there.
And now the Burgund can hit the reset button with Follow the Spire, but you've got to be quite careful. When you're up against a deck that's got a couple copies of the big wheel going, you know, sweeping away 3 units is maybe the least of your worries. You might have to be sweeping up a lot more. So they're going to just Lunar Claw, take out one of the Minotaurs, and use Argenport Noble to silence Grumbo. So now they've got things kind of contained for the moment. Vikram's Bomb has been locked out by the Lunar Claw.
Yeah, so Apple Chips drawing that second Vikram's Bomb, not what they wanted to be drawing here. The Lunar Claw, because of all that armor from the Magnaventresses earlier, is going to be in play for quite a while.
So we're going to see an Exodus get played. Give your units +1/+1 charge and endurance. And what this will allow Apple Chips to do is to potentially get rid of this Lunar Claw. Okay. So the Dashing Scoundrel did not get in.
Yeah, the Dashing Scoundrel I guess Apple Chips valued that higher than the rest of their units, or getting rid of the claw immediately. Like, they weren't going to play Vikram's bomb this turn anyway.
And something that Apple Chips is going to keep an eye on is which cards have gone to their void and which haven't, because Fall of the Spire, if it gets played, would lock out any cards in their void from being played on the following turn.
Right.
So there's Renaya. And if you're the Burgund, is this good enough to drop the hammer with a Fall of the Spire?
Yes.
And we're going to see a lot of things get locked out here. One of the nice things is that Spiteling's going to deal some damage, and Renaya's going to gain quite a bit of health back on that sweeper. A very well-timed play of Renaya there by Apple Chips, because that big wheel had really started to take a toll on their health. They were down in the teens.
Yeah, I think they were anticipating the sweeper there and said, well, if you do, at least I'll gain a ton of health.
A couple copies of Parliament Elder.
That's a lot of dashing scoundrels.
Sure is. There's Grumbo.
Yeah, Apple Chips all the way up to 11 power, and that's just from playing power turn after turn, thanks to these two big wheels.
Yeah, the Burgund has been missing power drops. They're the control deck. So there's Grumbo, there's Dashing Scoundrel. Another Dashing Scoundrel.
Are we going to see all three? No.
Just
okay.
two. So the Burgund is willing to take some hits here. They want to transition into a much bigger game, and I think for them that means you got to be hitting with these Parliament Elders and getting some Justice Sigils. I would get, if I'm them, my hope is that what I can do is I can go hit you this turn with 2 Parliament Elders, get 2, figure out a way to survive the next 2 attacks and get off one more wave of hits with the Elders before sweeping. It might not be possible, but I think that's ideally what they'd like to do.
Yeah. They do have the Magnaventress to stun and block and all that good stuff. They've got a Lunar Claw, but that's it. Outside of some, I mean, Wisdom of the Elders is not a bad card, but it's not going to deal with the board immediately.
So Lunar Claw takes out Grumbo. Furious Magnaventress is going to lock down a Dashing Scoundrel. Parliament Elder will get in and get Burgund some power to work with. They've still got a lot of card draw in hand, Luke, so maybe they can swing this back if they go big enough here.
Yeah, they are out of gas, but they have the ability to refuel pretty nicely here. Oh, this Exodus will be able to give that Dashing Scoundrel endurance and be able to attack back. Of course, the question is, well, okay, they're going for it, yeah. This is a solid chunk of damage. They'll likely lose a Scoundrel here, but...
Yeah, they didn't use that Vikram's bomb, potentially wanting to have that in case of a Stormhall plating or something else very, very large. For the Burgund, they found a copy of Fall of the Spire. They're going to start with Wisdom of the Elder first. There's a Chloric mix. And yeah, the Burgund is going to try to get one more turn out before they sweep, I imagine. So they're going to see Lunar Claw here. And they'll get another hit with Parliament Elder. They'll get to draw 2 with Wisdom of Elder. So they still got a lot of things going on here.
Oh. Now, so this Rania could take that Parliament Elder, but it only readies. It doesn't get rid of the stun.
These copies of Exodus have been pretty big every time Apple Chips has played them. If they had one right now, I think they would just win the game. So there's another Dinosaur Nest. Now a Rickety Ram card. That's going to offer some goodness, even if there is another Fall of the Spire played. There's Save the Day, Luke.
Yeah.
Talked about that one before.
Yeah. It could very well do what it says on the tin. Going to get in there just in case Apple Chips decides not to block. If your Owl's going to die anyway, might as well attack, see what happens. The Hookbot will be played because there were no Hookbots in the discard.
Well, the lock doesn't come in until
your turn.
Oh, it doesn't come in? Okay. Until your turn. It's on each player's next turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still, an Abundance and a Rat King.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You almost wonder if your Apple Chips about playing Racking in Abundance first, because if you were to hit a big charge unit,
yeah.
then Apple Chips is going to go for that. Okay, so they
still no abundance.
post attack. They hit a Graviturgis that can contract to get +3 +3 attack and charge.
That's a shame.
Oh, Apple Chips.
Still, they've got another dinosaur nest online here.
Yeah, and now the Burgund is locked out of playing that Magnaventress.
But they can save the day here, and I think they're going to.
Well, here's a couple more dinosaurs. Waystone Igniter. Yeah, Apple Chips is probably aware of the save the day. And, yeah, I mean, the Burgund has to do something. If the Burgund wants to get cheeky, they could just have Chloric mixed, and it wouldn't be lethal.
Mm-hmm. That's still a lot of damage you don't really want to be taking there.
It is a lot of damage. It would have let them fire off a couple copies of Boundless Knowledge.
That is true.
Well, here we go. Here's going to be a couple copies of Boundless Knowledge.
Yeah, and another Fall of the Spire will keep them alive the next turn, provided Apple Chips.
Wow, they're going for the third copy. This could backfire. We've got a Dashing Scoundrel in hand. If we can find enough charge action here, the Burgund could die.
Or another Exodus.
Wow, no charge dinosaurs coming off the nest. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You called that one. Ka-ching. Unlock the squad. Wow. Apple Chips takes it down thanks to multiple copies of the big wheel being played on turns 4 and 5. And, you know, we never saw one. I wonder how many copies are in their deck total.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but they had 2, and 2 were great. So Apple Chips wins that one. And for, you know, for all of the players farther down, they really would like Apple Chips to lose this one because then it makes things a little more chaotic. But for the Burgund, they're going to need to win this one. Will need to win the next 2, and they'll have the advantage of being on the play
here
in game number 2. So this Huru control deck didn't see any copies of anything like Shashenka, so not playing as many bigger units. They really, it looks like they're capping out at like Parliament Elder and Furious Magnaventress.
Yeah.
Oh, Display of Survival in hand. That's. They were very far away from playing it, but that is a card which could deal with a big wheel. And once again, for Apple Chips, they've got a copy of the big wheel in hand. And with a call to hit to inscribe, I'm feeling this hand, but they're thinking about it. Just seems like one of the most important cards to have for the matchup.
Yeah. The drawing 2 cards a turn against control is very huge. And that's the 4th power they need, provided they will inscribe this call to hit. Call to hit can, of course, deal with a Parliament Elder, so probably wants to hold on to that as long as possible, but it is an option to get to the 4th power.
Yeah, and so instead of inscribing call to hit, they're just going to play out a Waystone Igniter to start. Burgund had a very nice answer in the form of Argenport Noble, but a little shy in the Justice influence department. Despite being just a 2-faction deck, with all of the things going on with Display of Survival and then plenty of heavy Justice cards like Stormhall Plating, sometimes they don't have the right mix early on.
Well, that's a way to get in a second Justice Pip.
Wow, paid off very nicely for Apple Chips holding on to that call to hit, as they can use that to take out the Parliament Elder.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see that and a copy of Abundance?
Because Apple Chips doesn't have any other way to pay off that abundance, they might just be willing to play it, get a body in play, get some extra damage. Oh, inscribing that Exodus.
Well, they kind of needed to do something in that vein because they either weren't going to have Fire for Abundance and Renaya, or they weren't going to have second Shadow for the big wheel. The Zoltan Conclave couldn't smooth over both of those edges.
Couldn't do both. Yes.
So now the Burgund has found second Justice thanks to Stormhall Plating. We're going to see them silence the Honored Skyguard. If Apple Chips really wants to push it, you just Vikram's Bomb here. Burgund is paying off debt. They're taking 6 and dropping to 11. So, yeah, that was an aggressive play, I would say, but one that it looks very well tuned. There's a second copy of the big wheel. So the next few turns, we're going to see Apple Chips applying a ton of pressure to the health total of the Burgund. Right now, Fall the Spire not playable because they don't have Through Justice. Big wheel comes down.
Can play one of these Save the Days, though. Oh, and there's more Justice there as well.
There's a lot of Justice coming. But they're going to go for Save the Day. I assume they're not intending to drop down to 1. No, so we'll kill the Waystone Igniters, stun the Honored Skyguard.
Yeah, they can't afford to go to 1 against a deck with Vikram's Bomb. Like, there's no heroes now, but you never know. Especially when your opponent's drawing 3 cards a turn. I like going for the Spitling here. Just, sure, you can kill this. You'll at least take some damage.
Bless me. All right. So, a couple copies of power cards thanks to the big wheel. Not actually what Apple Chips wants. They're not worried about their health. They want more action.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have some Shashenkas. So, Shashenka, though, could be a bit of a liability against that Renaya, Luke.
Yeah, I think that gives Apple Chips a lethal attack here.
Well, combined with Dashing Scoundrel, I'm feeling very good about it. So we're going to see Dashing Scoundrel plus Renaya, steal one of your bears, attack with everything. You can block 2 things, and then you're going to take 5 damage. Apple Chips
yes, 5. Yeah.
Comes through, gets that 7th win. They are going to be your 1 seed as we head into the top 4, dispatching the Burgund. And so what that sets us up for is it looks like it's going to be a very clean top 4, probably second year in a row, no tiebreaker matches. So the tiebreaker matches were designed to eliminate tiebreakers from mattering. And clearly they have done so in the sense that we've never needed to use them. All right, so we're going to take a look and see if we can find – yeah, we're going to check out It's Tens versus I'm a Straight now.
Okay.
I believe, a lot of names flying around. I believe these 2 were also on our list of players in contention.
Yes, I do believe so.
All right.
I'm Straight looks to also be rocking this FTJ or FTS deck.
Yeah, but against Creation Project.
Yeah. Who is FTJ?
And there is the Creation Project. This is a Game 3. We've got a big attack coming across. We're going to see 13 points. The Parliament Elder is going to get stunned. It does play the Justice Sigil undepleted, so we can play out a Kickflip Monk.
Yeah.
Now, if you're I'm a Straight...
I think you got to play this Rania on something.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Can't trade no matter what you take here.
Keep in mind, we got Dashing Scoundrels, Luke.
Oh, right. Dashing Scoundrel.
So, yeah, this is enormous. This is going to have the Magnaventurous, and the Magnaventurous is going to eat the Kickflip Monk.
Yes, the Magnaventurous will live.
And we're going to have 5, 8, 9, 11 damage coming across. I'm a Straight will gain some health back thanks to their Renaya.
Yep.
They're very much in this.
Well, I think we're about to see this Cloud Scraper come down and shoo that Rania away. And then with a big attack coming back, we'll have to block the Magnaventurous, take 6, go down to 3. But then can It's 10 survive the crack back from that?
Yeah, that's the question. Now, you can do quite a bit to bolster your defenses. You can play a Waystone Igniter. That gives you another 2/1 body to work with. And so you would have Cloud Scraper, 2/1, and the Magnaventurous has Endurance.
Right.
So this is looking okay for its 10s.
Yeah, especially with I'm Straight going into debt here. They'll have to pay off 3 of that power immediately. It's a matter of
So the Cloud Scraper comes down before the Waystone Igniter was played. We will need to see a necessary chump block here. But I'm a Straight has enough where if they were to top deck another Renaya, I think that could give them the edge. It's going to be the Rat King.
not what they wanted to see.
It's a pretty big Rat King.
It is a big Rat King.
2, 5, 8, 10, 13, 15. This is a lot of damage, and keep in mind that there is a Dashing Scoundrel. The question is, can you attack with enough things and still have blockers left?
Right. Yeah, the Rat King can block Krogar, and I'm Straight will survive with 1 health, but that's pretty well, actually, we have this Parliament Elder up there, too. You have to block that.
I think if you attack with everything but the 3/3 flyer, it would necessitate trades from those other units. You can play the Rat King. You have your 3/3. But
they can just block 1 of those.
Is that right? You're right. A block of 1 of those units would keep them alive. So it's going to be a pretty small attack.
Yeah.
But this is still like, we're moving the needle here.
Right, exactly.
And most of these units don't have endurance, so if they counterattack...
Yeah, leaving open enough options to block. If its 10s has removal, they're just going to use it on the flying unit anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So Cloud Scraper is going to block the largest unit, the silenced Rickety Ram Cart. That's how that's looking. If these blocks stand, they take 4, they go to 7.
Yeah, that's a reasonable health total. And we're going to see Rat King come down here, and that should do it for its 10s.
Yeah, both Krogar. Which one did you mean? The Krogar on top of the deck that can silence the dinosaur, or the Lunar Claw, which could kill the flying dinosaur?
Right, yeah, either way, it's good enough. So that'll give its 10s that win.
All right, so the FTS deck is not invincible. I'm a Straight falls with it. Its 10s wins. That I believe that brings them up to 6-3. So we now have 2 competitors now.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So how are we looking for the round? Well, Gozu and Watchwolf.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we got here.
I think those were also names on the list.
We will see. All right, so Gozu is certainly falling behind here to Watchwolf. They got Creation Project stuff rolling. There is a stunned Felon Adept, likely from that Magnaventress, that can't quite get through. But Gozu's got some cards. They got Ram Cart. They got Renaya in hand.
Yeah, they certainly aren't out of this. They're also at a pretty healthy 25. That's before accounting for whatever health they'll gain from Rania here. But it's looking like they are running out of gas while Watchwolf is getting the benefit of that warp, has the Creation Project in hand, can play that too.
Yeah, I mean, if Furious Magnaventress attacks, it turns into an 8-9, and it would be able to, either get chumped or trade with a lot of things.
Yeah.
So like this attack here from the Magnaventress, and hey, you know what? Let's throw in the Waystone Igniter. We're probably not... Trades are probably good for Watchwolf at this point because the smaller the board is, the more likely it is that the Creation Project just eventually takes over.
Looks like they weren't going to attack with that Parliament Elder. I was thinking they might get that extra Justice Sigil and then play 2 Parliament Elders from the top of their deck.
You know what? I think that would have been a great play. As it stands, I think the 1 Parliament Elder will do them just fine. Could also just play another Creation Project, play a depleted Seed of Impulse, and then gear up for an even bigger one in a subsequent turn. Though I suppose if you were going to do that, playing it before the attacks would also be good.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're thinking in a moment here.
Yeah.
Okay, Creation Project.
And you know, these games are complicated, and Watchwolf is a savvy veteran, and my guess is that as that turn developed, as they saw what the blocks were like, and they saw that Gozu wasn't trying to close the game out very quickly, they decided, hey, getting down another Creation Project investing in that now,
Right.
it'll really pay off in subsequent turns because I don't have to worry about dying next turn if they're blocking. So I imagine Dinosaur Nest is close to flipping. So those are going to be 5/5s. I mean,
Yeah.
Gozu's at 22, but they're going to be dead very quickly.
I think it's. I mean, we're seeing 3 hatchlings in play, so I think it's going to be flipping next turn here.
Okay, interesting. So
I think this is literally just to get it off the board. There was nothing they could take to trade or anything.
well, if you take the Parliament Elder, you could maybe attack with the Felon Adept too.
True.
I was thinking that could have been good. But as it stands, Watchwolf is really going to start gearing up here. First card on top of their deck is a Dinosaur Nest. Now they know Gozu is under an enormous amount of pressure because they have no cards in hand and they have 5 debt to pay off. So
basically nothing's going to happen next turn. Yeah.
yeah. This is a really good time to do any group blocks if you're in the market for such a thing, if you're Gozu, because if you need to use Renaya to take down the Magniventress, you'll gain a lot of health back. But this sort of like just trade off the stuff we put onto the board type of game, far from the kind of game you want to play with if you're Gozu up against Double Creation Project and underneath 5 debt. Yeah, I mean, look, they went up to 29, but... And Watchwolf is going to play out 2 Parliament Elders. You know, I think Gozu was hoping that maybe they could have gained some air dominance and then use that as the catalyst for a turnaround, and Watchwolf 92 takes it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were thinking was I could attack with Rania and my Felon Adept. They have to block with their only flyer, draw a card that way. But with the extra owls, just wasn't happening.
Okay, let's take a look at the live leaderboard now. So yeah, probably because it sounds like we are going to need a tiebreaker game if we because what ultimately ended up happening was players were paired around. So Watchwolf 92 won that. They were paired up against Gozu, and that's something that you can expect to happen in these small field events where competitors have already played against each other and we're getting fresh pairings. So pretty simple. The way that this all works is that the Collector is going to play against the Overmaster. The Collector is our top, is in 4th, but they are tied with a player below them.
Right.
So we will see that. Notorious GHP, its 10s, and Apple Chips are all locked in to your top 4. So I believe now we're going to take a break, get that top 4 set up, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Is that the plan? All right.
Okay.
So we'll be back with that match between the Collector and Overmaster for the final top 4 slot. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. All right, welcome back. It is time for our tiebreaker match. We're going to be checking out the Overmaster and Collector, and our world champion is in an elimination match. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we have determined 3 of our top 4, and this will determine our 4th of the top 4 going into the latter half of the day.
All right, so as soon as the Overmaster and Collector, I'm guessing their game is, they're at least allowed to join the game, is that right? And once they are in the game, we will head down and check it out. For these 2 players, a lot on the line. There's a bunch of cash in our prize pool up for grabs, but I think for both of these players, the thing that matters the most is that they're still going to be alive for even more money and that title of world champion, or in the case of the Overmaster,
keeping that title.
Repeat world champion, back-to-back world champion. So should be a very exciting match. We're going to check it out from its start to finish. Any predictions on who you think is going to come out victorious here, Luke?
I mean, it's difficult to bet against the current reigning champ, right?
It's true. It's true. All right. What's our ETA on the match beginning? All right, we're just waiting on both of them to join.
Okay.
It sounds like so. It's we're on pins and needles here, like all of you are at home, and in Expedition, it's been a fun day. I mean, we've seen a lot of different decks emerge, whether it's been the Cambrai deck, FTS, as well as some of the recent mainstays. We did see Huru Control. I thought that might match up well against some of these decks. We only saw it against the Big Wheel, and we know that it's got nothing there.
Yeah, apparently not, yeah. When your opponent is drawing 3 cards a turn, it's just real difficult to control them hard enough.
Just attack them back. They'll take some damage from the Big Whale. All right. And for the rest of the top 4, we'll be taking a little bit of a break after this match, and then we'll be coming back with that top 4 where we'll be checking out the best of 5 games as we get down to a champion here this weekend, a world champion. As a reminder, we've got a few more sneak peeks at Behemoths of Thera coming up in the rest of the show. Pre-orders for that do start Monday, and if you're interested in value, you want to get the Ultimate Bundle where you get everything that the set's got to offer. Ton of great packs, ton of great cards, as well as some of the sweetest cosmetics that I've ever seen in the game.
I mean, Torch is such a mainstay, and that alt art Torch looks so good. Like, get on that right away.
Yeah, I mean, the premium sigils I think look fantastic for Thera.
Yeah. They're my favorite.
Yeah, I love the card back, and then I also love the Arcanum Astrolabe that the art team's been cooking on, and they just keep leveling up their game with what's going on with totems in the game, and so if you want to be playing in style, I'd recommend picking it up. I do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's just jam-packed full of good stuff. Not to mention, like, it's got draft tickets too, I think, right?
Oh, yeah, there's draft tickets, there's gems. Yeah, we really loaded up so that whether you're a new player who's coming into the game or somebody who's been playing the game for a while, you're getting a lot of stuff that's really helpful for you. The draft tickets, the packs, those are going to be particularly useful if you're less experienced with the game because our Expedition format is always featuring the newest cards, and there's some good stuff in Behemoths of Thera, so you'll want to be able to start collecting those as well.
Yeah. You might say there's some big stuff in Behemoths of Thera.
There's big stuff. There's big stuff. Yeah. We had some fun cooking on that one. So, still waiting on the Overmaster and Collector to join the game. Understandable, of course. This is as high stakes as it gets until we get to those top 4 matches.
Yeah.
But for the first time, we're going to be seeing a true single elimination match from its start to finish with a best of 3 match where whoever wins is going on to the top 4. Whoever loses, well, you had a great run, but you're not going to be world champion, not this year.
Not this year. Always next year.
We'll see. All right. And, as always, this is what we call vamping as we're waiting for these players to get started. We are in the beautiful Direwolf Digital Studios. And if you're still looking for something for your friends or family this holiday season, I recommend Dune Imperium, an award-winning game, as well as, we got a lot of different versions of Clank because Clank's a great game and they've continued to come up with great ways to innovate of it. We don't have a copy of Clank Catacombs up there, but Clank Catacombs, if you've played Clank before, this one is a really fun twist on the genre. You literally build the dungeon as you are exploring it. Every game is different, and you're constantly going to be surprised by what you find in each corner. So definitely recommend checking it out.
Yeah, it's a very exciting, different way to play Clank.
Yeah.
If you've played Clank a lot, you'll still love the base gameplay. It's just a different way.
Yep. So direwolfdigital.com for those. But with a lot of these games, they are available at your friendly local board game store and hobby shop. So check them out there. One of my friends, he has a tradition whenever we go into a new game store, he likes to see if they pass the Clank test, see if they've got their copies of Clank and how many different versions of Clank they have. And I got to say, the stores, at least in the greater Denver area, do very, very well by the Clank test.
I wonder why.
It's a popular game.
Yeah.
These games have done quite well, and Paul Denon and his entire team on the board game side of things continue to do great work over the years.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite board games. I go home, play it with my sisters every year nowadays.
Nice.
It's great.
All right, so we're going to be getting up on the 5 minutes, so hopefully both these players join. We don't want anyone timing out and missing out on their chance to make the top 4 here.
That would be very unfortunate.
Anything else going on we should update folks on, Luke?
No, I think we've gotten all the big things, but yeah, we've got more spoilers coming up for Behemoths of Thera.
Yep.
We've got a new chapter in the works for January. Chapters has been pretty big hit. I'm glad how well that's been doing. Seeing how I've been doing a lot of work on those.
You've been crushing it there. You want to tease anything coming up in the chapters?
Sure. Let's see. So I don't want to spoil Alton's story. Alton has a pretty interesting conclusion to his story.
We don't want to give it away, but
But next week, or not next week, next month, we'll be going to a new hero from Behemoths of Thera. Her name is Patrice, and she's got an interesting family thing going on. Won't quite get into what all that means, but she's definitely an interesting character, and I think people will be excited to see how she plays out and what her whole deal is with this world.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool different sects and groups on Thera.
Yeah,
they got a lot to deal with. Let's just leave it at that. Let's see if we can get any updates. Do we think that the match is okay? All right, well, we're going to sit tight here for another moment or two. Typically when we start up these matches, we give players up to 5 minutes to join, and if not, the match will start automatically, of course. That wouldn't be great with a top 4 slot on the line if one of the players wasn't there. Do we think that we're just waiting on players, or do we think there might be an issue? All right, so sounds like we do think the match is ready. It's just a matter of waiting on the players. So we'll just sit tight. Obviously we would go to a break if we thought there was an issue, but we don't want to miss any action in case they get up and running.
As soon as they get in, we'll show you the action.
Yep. Yeah. What else to talk about?
I think we've exhausted just about everything.
It's all good. Holiday season, it's another year come and gone for Eternal and Direwolf. It's always interesting here at Direwolf, and it's really, I want to just make sure we do spend time. It's a good time to do this as any. We thank the players as always. This isn't the biggest company in the world, and we've managed to outlast a lot of other players in the digital CCG space.
Yeah, that is true.
Just by virtue of the fact that we've had players who have been really passionate, great team here, and if it wasn't for everyone at home, it wouldn't be worth doing all of this. So,
very true. Yeah. It's great seeing, we monitor Reddit and Discord and all that stuff, and it's great seeing how passionate people are about the game.
All right, sounds like we are good to go.
Great.
So let's check it out. Unfortunately, it looks like we missed some of the game. But Collector is in a strong position, Luke. Looks like they've got multiple flipped dinosaur nests. And yeah, the Overmaster looks like they've lost game number 1.
Okay.
So looks like game number 1 was going on. It looks like just happened to slip by our fingers on that one, but
well.
we will get to check out games 2 and 3 of this match. Yeah, flipping multiple dinosaur nests, having creation project.
Yeah, that's very large board. Yes. Both wide and tall.
Oh yeah. Do we have any thought? So any thoughts from production? What's going on right now? Just waiting. Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll be heading down to game 2. It should pull us in automatically. Our system is pretty good about that. So, yeah, for the Overmaster, we thought they were going to need to win a best 2 out of 3, but now it kind of feels like they need to win 2 in a row. I mean, they do need to win 2 in a row.
Still best 2 out of 3. Just Collector got one already.
Yeah. Collector got one. That one, we're counting that one.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, for the other players in our top 4, I know we've got Notorious GHP up there. Excited to see what they're going to do. Top seed, though, Apple Chips. They've been a long-time innovator, come up with lots of great decks over the years.
And it's paid off today. Yeah.
What was that? All right, sounds good. Let's check it out. Game 2 here between the Collector and the Overmaster. And both these players are on the Creation Project. The Overmaster, looks at that. They've got a copy of Save the Day. So they were a little worried about falling too far behind, and they've got a nice catch-up tool there. They will be on the play first, and maybe that's part of why they're rethinking this hand, because Save the Day is definitely a card that you'd like to have a lot more when you're on the draw. You're worried you're going to need to come back.
Looks like they are going to turn that one back, and this hand, it's a bit slow, but it...
Well, for the Overmaster, what you can do is you can use All-Nighter. Obviously, you see it used a lot to remove an enemy unit that costs 2 or less. We're going to use it to create and draw an Apprentice Mage, and so they're going to get to accelerate their power. They picked up another Apprentice All-Nighter, so I like this start for them. They'll be able to get out Krogar and Field Medic and pretty quickly, and we'll go from there. So Dinosaur Nest for the Collector.
Another All-Nighter.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of can Overmaster sort of out-tempo this game, because if they play Justice Sigil, Field Medic, All-Nighter, the follow-up play from Collector, they might be able to just bull rush them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Collector is slowly building up to their Creation Project. They've got some active Entresses to play immediately after that. So we'll have to see if Overmaster can keep the pressure on here.
All right, well, Parliament Elder going to the skies, that's a pretty good way to do that. And now if we see Krogar come down.
I could see Krogar coming down here.
It is a 5/5 Overwhelm.
If Overmaster draws undepleted power, they can play 2 Parliament Elders next turn. They could possibly try and use All-Nighter into Apprentice Mage to get 6 power.
So yeah, we're going to slow things down a little bit. We're going to see an Apprentice Mage. It's going to get them even higher on max power. For Collector, they could now, if they want, Creation Project just to get a bigger team, but we're going to see Furious Magniventress. That's going to lock down the Field Medic. And now for the Overmaster, a couple of ways to play this. If they want, they could just start going to the skies with these Parliament Elders.
Yeah, they could play, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Holding on to that Waystone Igniter, like, yes, that Dinosaur Nest is about to flip, but they might be fearing a Creation Project more than Dinosaur Nest here.
Yeah, it'll flip over next turn. And so for Collector, they are going to play Creation Project. They are going to get to attack with Magniventress. It'll get buffed up by all this armor.
Yep, that's a big hit from there, but Overmaster's going to be able to hit with their Parliament Elders and play their Krogar, silence things. Like they're going to have a lot of power to work with next turn.
Okay. Yeah, for the Overmaster, not a bad spot because you do have sort of air superiority, but between these two relics, the Overmaster's only going to be able to deal with one of them. We're going to have to work through the others.
Yes.
One tax that you do pay is you do want to play with a decent amount of Justice Sigils in these creation decks so your Parliament Elders can actually get something.
Right.
For a 3-faction deck, that can cause issues. All right, so we see Creation Project get taken out, and now Krogar is going to silence the Magniventress. It gains him some health. And so a pretty simple game plan, I would say, right now for the Overmaster, which is kind of rule the skies. We see a Krogar get picked up for Collector. And yeah, the Dinosaur Nest is coming, and that Magniventress got silenced, but it's still a 5/6 thanks to Dino Nest.
Yeah. The fact that Magniventress is also a dinosaur is just one of the big reasons to play Dinosaur Nest and Magniventress in the same deck. They're both good cards on their own, much better together.
Definitely. All right, so we see the Kickflip Monk get inscribed, and the Overmaster has now found a Parliament Elder. They're going to be able to unleash this twice. They were 1 power shy because they blocked with that Apprentice Mage, being able to play a 3rd copy, but still solid. Man, another Krogar. That's going to get to silence a Parliament Elder.
Yeah, this is like, yes, Overmaster has a lot of flying units here, but Collector has 2 Parliament Elders and 2 Krogars. They're in no danger of falling to these Parliament Elders anytime soon. Meanwhile, they've just got massive Magnaventresses on the ground, picking away at blockers.
And I like playing these Parliament Elders here. What this allows Collector to do is it lets them protect their armor. Oh my. How much damage is going to come across thanks to the Save the Day?
Yeah, because like you don't have to play it when they're attacking. You could just play it now, and that will be a huge attack swing. Let's see, 5...
15?
Yeah, 15. Almost enough.
You proc Parliament Elder a lot of times.
That too.
Now keep in mind, by playing this, it means like these units are going to be able to attack in not next turn, but the turn after.
Now those Parliament Elders got stunned, which is the trigger for playing the Justice Sigils from the deck. So Collector did get those 2 Justice Sigils out of the deal.
Yeah. Whenever Parliament Elder becomes stunned. Overmaster has not run out of Justice Sigils. Jeez. Collector 1 power shy of playing 2 Krogars this turn. They'll play 1. They're going to silence the Parliament Elder. Oh no, they're going to silence an Apprentice Mage. Now there's a Field Medic. Krogar is going to come back in. Or is it?
Yeah, Overmaster, like with both of them at 10 health, though Overmaster does have that Field Medic, you have to be a bit careful here with your attacks, because Collector's units will unstun first.
Right. And the Field Medic was a great draw for the Overmaster. It's going to gain them in the range of another 12 health. There's an All-Nighter. That can right now only interact with an Apprentice Mage, but I think the Overmaster thinks they can like win the game here with this attack.
Yeah, but there comes that Field Medic gaining a massive 11 health.
Yeah, this is... And the Parliament Elders are going to stun. Yeah, I think the Overmaster is thinking about, do they want to not trade Krogars because they might be able to win the game on the counterattack?
Right.
Now, the Krogar in hand for Collector makes that not likely to be the case. And, you know, the Overmaster, as a result, is going to fall down to 7. So, a close game. We'll see probably an Elder knockdown. No, it's going to be the Field Medic. But, yeah, I mean, it'll take 2 hits from these Elders. The Overmaster is at 7. You do have to wonder, do they need to just now get on blocking? And yeah,
it looks like they have to be blocking here with those 3 5-strength units.
The good news is that 2/4s are really good blockers.
That is true.
There's a Kickflip Monk.
Speaking of 2/4s.
So now Dinosaur Nests are popping off again for Collector. The first Dinosaur is a 3/3. And there's the Creation Project for the Overmaster. really nice draw because they have so much power to work with. They might be able to get to do lots of things in the coming turns. And just getting your board +1/+1 bigger means that your Krogar is now eating enemy Krogars.
Yeah. Overmaster playing that power, saying, I don't have tricks, but I want to be able to do as much as possible next turn.
Lunar Claw can trade with a Field Medic. That's about it.
Yeah. You might still just want to get it out of play now.
I mean, this isn't very far from Collector having enough units to just kill. They can't. There's a Dinosaur Nest on top coming.
And an Igniter can get rid of this unflipped Dinosaur Nest as well.
Yeah, it's probably is worth doing that. You could take care of the one that's giving +2/+2 if you want to just keep yourself alive. Make sure you don't lose in the next couple turns. But they'll take out the unflipped nest. There's a Field Medic coming back for Collector.
Magniventress and Power. Magniventress can stun one of these Parliament Elders and try and get in a big attack in the air while still having pretty decent blocks.
Yeah, and you'll be gaining some armor too, so a little less likely to die to anything huge. So a save the day from either player right now could just end the game.
Yeah. The Overmaster might just be waiting for their save the day, knowing that that will be basically a safe time to attack. Gonna warp in the power.
All right, so Overmaster really getting consideration. It feels important to me if I were the Overmaster to play this Magniventress. You have an extra blocker, you gain an extra 3 armor,
Right.
And so it really reduces your risk threshold to do that.
Yeah.
They're going to hit a Krogar. But does that mean they want to attack with some Elders? You have to attack with like a lot of Elders, so they've actually decided they're just not going to. This is just a very conservative way of playing it, but when you have the creation project and the opponent doesn't, it makes a lot of sense why you feel okay playing conservative.
Yeah, I agree. That's another Waystone Igniter.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see that shrink, take out the flipped Dinosaur Nest.
Yeah, the Sheltered Valley, yeah. They probably would rather have drawn it rather than be on top, because they might have wanted to keep it in hand for if Collector plays their own creation project. But if they want to get that value now, they have to warp it immediately.
Yeah, and it takes some time for that to pay off, so I can it's kind of risky either way. If you make this attack, you're going to get your Magniventress up to a 7/8.
I think they're expecting, I just have the biggest things on board, we just need to clear some stuff up. But this Field Medic is going to come down with just way too much health. 19.
Very conservative blocks, I would say, from Collector. I feel like you have a real opportunity when you have an invulnerable to damage unit to like combo and take something down.
Yeah. Collector is going to go ahead and play 3 Parliament Elders. Going to play the 4th, getting rid of one of their hatchlings. But Overmaster has their own Parliament Elder and enough power to also play 4 of these. But
yeah, and
they've already got such a full board, they might just want to hold on to this.
Yeah, I mean, we might be in territory where we're waiting for a player to top deck like a save the day. Wow, I'm surprised we're seeing the Elder come down.
I mean, 3/5 body is still bigger than like the 2/2 and the 3/2.
I suppose.
So on.
Yeah, I mean, the Overmaster is at a virtual 10, 7 health and 3 armor, so it's not like they can. It's not like we can. They can be sure that they're not going to die. And
Right.
Some of these units do have Overwhelm, the 2 Krogars.
So.
Full board cap for both players. Zoltan Conclave for Collector, Kickflip Monk for the Overmaster. They're going to warp and see another copy of the Creation Project So this is really going to be turboing them through their deck.
Yeah, that will make their owls large enough to eat collector's owls now. But it's a matter of, is there a safe opportunity to attack? Since they do stun themselves, and even 10 health is looking pretty low when you're staring at 12 units on the other person's side.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like just attack with one Parliament Elder. I mean, if you attack with one, here's the problem. They triple block.
Right.
And is that an okay trade? I mean, it gets them down to 11 units, and you would have 12 once you play the Kickflip Monk. A very tricky spot for the Overmaster. You're definitely ahead, but how conservative should you be?
Okay, it looks like Overmaster is risking an attack on the ground here with their larger units. And a reasonable 5/5 dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, the Magnaventress has endurance, so you're only... If it trades with things, then it's kind of okay, and otherwise it can block. And this attack is pretty big, so... It's not like Collector can shrug this off many turns. They do one chump and one trade.
Yeah. Overmaster fills that hole immediately with their Kickflip Monk.
An all-nighter for Collector. Doesn't immediately do anything.
Yeah, it can hit a Kickflip Monk, but it's not really a whole lot.
So there's a Cloud Scraper on top for the Overmaster, so maybe you do some attacks again, and then you can follow that up with playing the Cloud Scraper and contracting.
Get rid of one of those owls, yep. Oh, we're seeing a much bigger attack this time.
Yeah, it's not like Collector has that much stuff left. I mean, even just adding up to 10 with their units requires at least 2 of them to get through.
Yeah.
And then they're at 21, so it's not like they can just take it all. They could take a little bit of damage. They could take 20 damage.
Magnaventress will grow. All-nighter on... on the Flying Dinosaur. Yes, that does make a lot of sense.
Okay, so we see some units coming in, and right now 2 things are blocked. I see 13 damage coming through. A little less now that we're going to see some gang blocks by the Parliament Elders. Very tricky spot for the Overmaster. This is interesting, Luke. They're prioritizing taking out the Dinosaur Flyer as opposed to that Parliament Elder, because Parliament Elder is going to stun and get itself out of combat here.
Right, yeah. It's just not going to be a factor. The Dinosaur could come back. There's always the possibility, if the game goes that long, for more Sheltered Valleys.
Now keep in mind, the Overmaster does have another card with Warp below this.
It's
another Cloud Scraper.
That's huge. With their 15 power, that's more than enough to play one, contract it, still have enough to play the other.
Dinosaur Nest on top for the Collector, and I think this is going to be about it. If you play Dinosaur Nest here and just pass, it's pretty obvious the last card in your hand is just power, because why would you definitely drew the Dinosaur Nest for the turn.
Right.
You would have played it last turn. And you certainly needed to interact with that last attack as much as you could have.
Oh, and there's another Cloud Scraper on top.
Yeah, it could just replace maybe one of these stun Parliament Elders if you think you're going to get it over with. Like, I think you can feel pretty confident that there's no Field Medic, because it would have gotten played last turn.
Absolutely. There was far more units in play.
All right, so Collector is going to... I don't know if you need to make these blocks, but go for it. Sure, maybe it won't add up to 13. Hint, it will.
Yeah, there's enough damage just in the air.
Yes. 12 damage, right? 3 times 4?
Or 16 for birds.
There was 1 bird blocker.
Yes.
Right, yes. But regardless, it does kill Collector. And the Overmaster has tied things up in this FTJ mirror. So not a shocker that the player with Creation Project won, but I would say that for the early stages of the game, kind of Overmaster gets out to this fast start. They go Apprentice Mage, Apprentice Mage, Parliament Elders. then things kind of flip back once a dinosaur nest flips, and then ultimately it's sort of the creation project getting things going. And so, there's a couple different ways that this game can play out, but it does seem like Waystone Igniter, Dinosaur Nest, and Creation Project are some of the most important cards to see, because if you don't have one of those and if you don't contest those cards, going to be challenging.
Yeah, and from what we can tell, the Waystone Igniter seems to be the only answer to either of those relics in either of these people's decks.
Yeah, no copies of one cost killing on, what is it? The inscribed one.
Oh, yeah, Lost in Thought, right?
That's the bounce one. The one that kills the attachments. Anyway.
Oh.
It's all good. But these players are going to need to really scrutinize these opening hands, because, there's still going to be a lot of skill to the game. How you use Cloud Scraper, when you use Krogar, when you ambush with Field Medic. All of these things can make a difference at the margins, but you better make sure you're not losing the big battles. And how aggressive do you want to be with your redraws to ensure that you can compete with these relics?
Yeah.
All right, as soon as these players are ready for Game 3, we'll be heading down to the match, and it sounds like that is right now.
Okay.
So, bottom of your screen, Collector has an interesting opener. They've got Creation Project, they've got Dinosaur Nest. What they don't have is Fire Influence and a third piece of power. For the Overmaster, well, they've got a Waystone Igniter and a Dinosaur Nest, so I like how they're starting things off.
They can play everything in their hand.
And if you're the Overmaster and you want to free up power in future turns, you might want to give consideration to inscribing a Kickflip Monk, but they'll play Seed of Progress in case they want to just all-nighter. I don't think they're going to be making an Apprentice Mage with the way their draw is shaping up, but we'll see.
Yeah, not with the Kickflip Monks being able to just be very good blockers here for these dinos. Or just play their own Dino Nest.
Yeah, so they're going to let a turn go by of Dinosaur Nest, and this is actually going to work out quite nicely for them, because if they hadn't played Dinosaur Nest first, Lunar Claw would have really locked them out for a while.
Right.
Though the Lunar Claw is going to also eat up these dinos, to be fair. So, yeah, if you're Overmaster, do you just Igniter right away? Or do you maybe get down something like a Kickflip Monk or a Tinker Unionist?
Yeah, playing either of those does make a lot of sense here. You might be holding on to the Kickflip Monk just because that is their only source of fourth power here. Playing the Unionist has Unleash, but it's not relevant with only 2 power.
Alright, so you see the Tinker Unionist, and this Tinker Unionist can kind of command both of these units to block it, or one of them's going to get eaten. Unless, of course, there's a Field Medic on the other side, which there is.
Right.
Yeah, and this is the disadvantage for the Overmaster's line of waiting on this Waystone Igniter, is you let them get another dinosaur, and your Tinker Unionist, you didn't get to unleash it, and it doesn't really feel like things are open for it.
No, yeah. Overmaster got their work cut out for them, to be sure. They're probably going to have to inscribe this Kickflip Monk, which I think they were hoping not to. Even then, that doesn't let them play Krogar or Furious Magnaventress here. And they also just haven't seen any fire at all, which is going to be relevant.
Has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Overmaster, did the Overmaster do nothing? Wow, so they're just going to wait on play their own Field Medic. So this means we are going to get to see the third dinosaur come out of it. You know, this has been a very interesting game, because ultimately one thing that we haven't kind of been mentioning as much about is this idea of sandbagging the Waystone Igniter to hit the Creation Project.
Right.
It's not going to be fun to deal with the flipped dinosaur nest, but I think the Overmaster is up for it. What they're not going to have to deal with is the Creation Project, as they've managed to hold on to that Waystone Igniter, and now next turn they probably can pop it.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see this Lunar Claw with its... Oh, no. That was no attacks.
Both players have really sniffed out these Field Medics, let's just say that.
Yeah. I think Overmaster is going to not do the contract here. Well, they could. They might. They only need 1 power to play that Waystone Igniter to get rid of that creation project.
Gaining 7, and then you might be tied up. Yeah. This will work out, I think, quite a bit better. Now they can go for something like...
Magniventress into Waystone Igniter.
Yeah, and this is really great because you can attack with like a lot of things because these units are only going to be 1/1s. They're not going to want to block. They're going to lose like the Lunar Claw.
Has to block the Unionist, though.
True. They're going to lose at least 1 dinosaur. My guess is just 1 because next turn the dinosaurs are 3/3s, but maybe not. If there's another Igniter, they won't be.
Yeah, you do have to consider that Overmaster also has a dinosaur nest that is on the verge of flipping here.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe... A lot of layers to this. So here we're going to see Lunar Claw, probably take out Magniventress. But now with the Dinosaur Nest flipping, an All-Nighter, and a Krogar in hand, things are looking pretty up for the Overmaster.
Yeah, Overmaster was kind of struggling for a bit there, but it seems to have found their footing. Still no fire, but they don't have a creation project, so they're not too worried about that at the moment.
So we're going to see an Apprentice Mage get played. Gives them a little extra power in case they top deck something like a Parliament Elder.
Right.
And now we see Krogar go after the power or go after the Unionist. It's going to go after the Unionist.
It's getting sick of that. Oh, that's a nice hit.
Wow, so a couple of Warcry procs went onto the Tinker Unionist. We're going to see maybe 3 4/4s come down this turn.
Yeah, anything else just seems subpar to that.
There is a possibility of All-Nightering, getting another Apprentice Mage, and then if you top deck power.
Trying to get 4 4/4s. 3 in play seems better than 4 and possibly next turn. Especially since the Collector seems to be on fumes at the moment.
Well, Dinosaur Nest, so they're going to start rebuilding there. The Overmaster does find fire if they ever actually get something there. If you're the Overmaster, you can throw away a Tinker Unionist. Everything, all the non-Unionists get in. One of the Unionists will eat the Field Medic, so this is pretty good.
This is a pretty solid attack, despite losing 1 to the Krogar here. You're still doing so much damage, getting rid of one of their other units, which is... I mean, 3/3 is still a reasonable body, especially if Collector could find another creation project, so yeah.
Yeah, and you got to add another 5/5 Overwhelm to this board, with the Unionists taking on so many of the blockers. Kickflip Monk, that's not really the goods. We're going to get a 3/3. Now, one of these units will probably bite the dust to an All-Nighter. Will the Overmaster wait to see what they draw before firing it off? We'll see.
Yeah, they have enough power that they can afford to comfortably wait, but you could also just do it now.
Yeah, like if you had hit a Cloud Scraper, the Kickflip Monk would be flying on your turn. But as it stands, this is all going to go very well. In fact, well enough that the Overmaster is their reign as world champion is not done yet, as they are moving on to our top 4. All right, so any business to attend to, or are we going to get that top 4 set up and get it running?
Well, we are going to get that going, but before that, we have another spoiler to show people.
Oh, another preview. Let's do that. Can we get that up on the screen? Okay, so this is from Behemoths of Thera Eternal's 14th major expansion, and it's Deep Freeze. 6 cost, play a Permafrost in each enemy unit, and you just get to stun everything and keep everything locked down.
Yeah.
And, you know, oftentimes with sweepers, it's nice if they're nice and cheap. This one has the big advantage of, well, you're not hitting your stuff.
You're not hitting your stuff, but you do have to really commit to that primal due to those 3 primal pips up there in that corner.
Dope. So Deep Freeze, one of the new spells coming your way in Behemoths of Thera. So it seems like a nice way to deal with some big monsters coming at you is put them on ice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
You do have to be careful about using this on those Parliament Elders, though, as we saw.
Whatever. They'll be dead by the time that's up. All right, we're going to take our break, and we'll be back with the top 4 here at the World Championships. The Overmaster is going for back-to-back World Championships. Can they do it? We will see.
We'll have to see. And we'll be back in, I think, 30 minutes? 30 minutes.
All right. Welcome back. It is time for the top four here at the World Championships, and we've got two absolutely fantastic competitors. We've got
Yeah.
our reigning world champion, the Overmaster. They're playing Creation Project. They're going to be going up against Apple Chips, and they're on FTS this
Mm-hmm.
weekend, and it's just going to be it's just going to be a lot of fun, really, because one of these players is going to be one step closer and just one match away from winning the World Championship
Mm-hmm.
when all this
Yep.
is done, and we've got when you talk about the number one seed in the bracket and the reigning world champion, hard to get much better than that.
Oh yeah, like it's very, very exciting. I am very looking forward to this build. Apple Chips has surprised us all with their FT S deck, and we'll have to see if it can hold its own against the reigning champion here.
So the Overmaster, we just got done watching them advance to the top
Mm-hmm.
four by winning the top four playoff match, and now they have to take on the number one seed. Apple Chips has had a fantastic run. We saw them in round number 9 take down the Burgund on Huru control,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to see them pop off with the big wheel, abundance, collection rounds, some cards that we aren't seeing in a lot of the other players' decks, but they're here this weekend for Apple Chips, and it's been easy sailing for them so far. They were the only player at 7-2
Yeah.
to make it to the top four. Um, Let's check in and find out the status of the matches. We're waiting for the players to join.
Okay.
Overmaster gave us a little bit of a wait. Well, we don't know if it was them or Collector for the last round, but as soon as it's ready, we'll get down to the top four. Um, on the other side, we've got Notorious GHP versus Its Tens. We are holding that semifinal. We'll be showing you that. The other
Mm.
notable difference now as we get into the top four is we are going to be playing best of 5
Best of
matches.
5. Yes.
So don't get too excited if one of these players goes up 2-0. They still got to get that third one to close it out. Um,
Oh, that would be exciting though, seeing a turnaround
yeah.
sweep, right?
One of the big advantages that we're going to be looking for with Apple Chips build is that between both Waystone Igniter and Vikram's Bomb, they've got a couple of different ways to take out the Creation Project,
Mm-hmm.
take out Dinosaur Nest. That's a card that the Overmaster really leans on. I would say the big advantage that the Overmaster has is they've got some flyers in the form of Parliament Elder. They've got Furious Magnaventress, so they got a little bit of bigger units. Apple Chips has got tricks to get them out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Renaya Miviox Maniac will be a big card with its contract, as well as Dashing Scoundrel. Dashing Scoundrel is another card that came out a few years back, and it hasn't been the biggest player in
No.
any constructed format that I can ever recall. But this weekend, it's making its presence felt. It's always kind of been on the fringes for like Praxis kind of.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty common pairing go wide decks where you have lots of small tokeny kind of units, and really love the fact that it comes down and it has that impact the first turn you play with it.
Yes. Especially with all of the taunt that's going around. We've
Mm.
got the collection rounds, Minotaurs. We've got Rania in the air. Well, I guess she already has Deadly, but Rania's Miviox, steal something. That has taunt. Give that Deadly. It's the games we've seen. It has been a huge impact every time it's hit the board.
Yeah, and it was even against like Huru Control. It was always a particular question of like when is that moment to drop it
Mm-hmm.
down, drop down the Dashing Scoundrel. So for both of these players, they've already won a good amount of money. Maybe we could take a look at the prize table while we're still waiting for them. I assume we're checking and still no action yet. For these players, we start off the day with $55,000 up for grabs. Right now, but just by making it to the top four, they've each earned themselves $6,000.
Mm-hmm.
This match alone is worth $4,000 to the winner,
Yeah.
and with the potential for more because
Potential of another 5 on top of
yeah.
that. Yeah.
So big payday coming home to these players. Nice end of the year holiday bonus, and it's part of the this prize pool entirely funded just by Direwolf Digital,
Mm-hmm.
just to go promote Eternal and to reward the players who go out and make this game as special as it is, because ultimately we could have you and me yammering on a Twitch stream and it wouldn't be exactly the same if we didn't have the competitors.
Not quite as fun. No.
No. All right. Still just chilling here as we get ready. Don't want to miss anything, of course. We can go back to the booth, I guess. We'll just hang out here with me and Luke. And yeah, so for the Overmaster, as we mentioned, world champion. They won it all last year.
Yep.
They were down a game in that playoff tiebreaker.
Yeah, they had to play an extra round. Up here we go.
All right, let's stop jabber jabber and let's get down.
Okay.
The Overmaster, bottom of your screen, they have a pretty slow-looking draw outside of Lunar Claw. Top of your screen, Apple Chips. You know, no ones and twos at either of these players' hands, so we'll see if Overmaster wants to keep it. I think they are up first. Not 100% sure.
Yeah, I don't
no,
know
it's going to be Apple Chips
they're
up
both
first.
going to keep.
Yeah, and part of, I think, the calculus here, if you're the Overmaster, is you have that copy of Save the Day. So if things went disastrously wrong in the first couple of turns, you could catch up with that. Grumbo was a phenomenal draw there, Luke.
Oh, there's another Save the Day. But yes, Grumbo into this Rat King is going to do some huge work. Get Grumbo out of the range of that Lunar Claw unless they want to go for the +3, of course. But that'll take out the claw on its own, and you're rolling.
Yeah, you got to think about it because it's only going to get worse. And what else are you going to do with this Lunar Claw?
Yeah.
It's certainly not going to be locking out anything in hand for very long. So, +3 strength to Lunar Claw. It's going to, I imagine, attack Grumbo. I guess if your plan is to save the day in a turn, you could kill something else and then pick off Grumbo. And for Apple Chips, this is beautiful. They've got a Rat King on the board. They get to drop down the big wheel.
Yep.
And the Overmaster has no Waystone Igniter.
Yep, swinging for 5, and Overmaster is just on the back foot here. They can play Save the Day this turn, get rid of the Rat King and stun the rats, or they could just play the Magnaventress and hope that that can deal with this board.
All right, so, yeah, Magnaventress looks good. I mean, nice thing here, you gain some armor. Pretty solid. If you're Apple Chips, you could bomb this.
You could bomb. You could play Dasher.
Yeah, the nice thing here is that you get to go bomb, pass.
Collection rounds.
Right, and then Scoundrel.
Surprise them with the Scoundrel.
Yeah, and if you're the Overmaster, you could hold up, save the day, but honestly, you're not getting a ton out of it. You get to like kill the Rat King and stun 2 rats. So I could imagine just seeing a Cloud Scraper here.
Yeah, could see a Cloud Scraper, could see Lunar Claw, which would force that collection rounds to come down. But you'd be able to kill the... Okay, it looks like they're going to save their power for Save the Day.
And there's the big wheel. It flips over a rickety ram cart. And if I'm Apple Chips, I'm not feeling any pressure to play this Dashing Scoundrel
I
yet.
agree, yeah. You know that they have Save the Day in their list. They have the ambush units. It's just, why risk it?
So this bought the Overmaster some time, and if they won, they could try to use the Creation Project. They would get hit by Rickety Ramcard and its friends. I just don't know if you have that kind of time.
Yeah, I think you have to take out the ram cart with the claw here, but even then, you're just buying time.
So they're going to look at the hand with the Lunar Claw, and they're not going to see anything. They will take out the ram cart. There's so many taunt units on the other side. And just keep in mind, yeah, that big wheel is going to keep on cranking.
Yeah, no hero on Apple Chip's side for that Vikram's bomb, but it can take out anything that it sees. So
yeah, you could take out that Lunar Claw.
Yeah.
You don't have a hero, so no extra damage earlier. The Rat King was the hero for it.
But there's other heroes. There's Grumbo and Rania.
Yeah, you might top deck into it.
Of waiting.
Yeah.
Could play the Dasher here into Abundance, maybe get another charge unit. Overmaster only has 2 power open. They can... Their options with 2 power are much lower. Try and get the damage in here, yeah.
Hit a wild Cloud Snake. Are there any flyers we're going to see?
Rania.
Okay. Well,
I
bet...
Flying Dino.
Yeah, Flying Dino, sure. Yeah, I was thinking on the other side, but of course, no, it procs for yourself. And
Yeah.
yes, there are dinosaurs with flying. I guess Cloud Scraper could come down. Though this
Not
is
enough power. Gonna have to save the
Yeah.
day once again. That said, if Apple Chips is fearing a save the day, they just drew an Exodus, giving everything endurance. Save the day can still kill something, but will not stun anything.
Wow. What a piece of tech here. Taking it against the save the day that we're seeing in some of these creation builds. Exodus is just destroying it every time we see it. We've seen it in Huru Control. We've seen it in creation. And every time that save the day has come up, we've seen it be a big thing where it's like, I'm really needing this to get me back into it. And then Exodus, by both buffing everything and unlocking it for immediate attacks, just too much to deal with.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Apple Chips takes down game number 1. And, Overmaster is no stranger to being down a game.
No.
They were in the playoff tiebreaker. But
and they get to go first this round. A lot of that really came down to they just didn't have the momentum. They were reacting to everything Apple Chips was doing. This game, Creation Project going first, might get their Creation Project online before the big wheel. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Vikram's bomb so far has seemed like a bit of a breaker, just in the fact that Apple Chips has one more good answer to these important relics.
Yes. Though fewer relics, so Overmaster just needs to line up their 4 resource, or not resource.
Well, they both have dinosaur nests.
Oh, that's true. They do both have dino, don't they?
All right, a redraw down for Apple Chips, and this is not a great hand. When you're on the draw, you're less excited about things like
double big wheel.
Yeah, but
Gonna
Apple
keep
Chips
it.
is going to keep it. Fortunately, the Overmaster doesn't have something like an early dinosaur nest, so it really punished them. In fact, this is a pretty slow start.
And there's third power for Apple Chips. No fire for those Ranias yet.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Overmaster is a little justice starved.
They've still got a Conclave and an Elder. That's good enough.
Yeah, so will this be enough to get them to play out the Elder? It will. And we'll see the collection rounds. Right now, Apple Chips is praying there won't be a dashing scoundrel. And there won't be.
There won't be.
In fact, there's not going to be any play. Apple Chips is all jammed up with 4-cost cards. And we're going to get to see the Overmaster get off to a pretty decent-sized lead here, as they're going to get a Justice Sigil from their Parliament Elder. And now they can even throw down something like a Magnaventress.
Or Krogar. Like, even Silence, like, we've seen these taunt units do some serious work. Talir's Choice.
Wow. Give all of your units +2 strength or play 2 1/1s. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a big wheel now, and there's no relic for that Tinker Unionist.
Nope.
But, I mean, we can play out like a Magnaventress and a Kickflip Monk, or just one Tinker Unionist. I mean, it might be worth playing out the Tinker Unionist without the Magnaventress, because then you might be able to stun something to make something better block it next turn. But this is definitely the line that pushes the most damage, because you get down the Magnaventress, you gain the armor.
Right.
Okay,
so there's that fire, so Rania can come down now, but there aren't any profitable trades here. Like, you could take a Krogar and kill the Kickflip Monk, but that's not really a whole lot.
No, but just being a 3/3 deadly,
yes,
flying deadly, like, it would hold off the Parliament Elder and threaten to trade with one of these bigger units. There's also a question for Apple Chips. Do you want to play this Igniter? It doesn't have a relic to kill, and the 2/1 body doesn't seem to do much.
Yeah, I think Apple Chips wants to hold on to that Igniter. They don't have a Vikram's Bomb to get rid of Creation Project. They probably want to get rid of the Creation Project as soon as they see it. So, yep, you called it. Rania with no contract, just as a deterrent for these flyers and big units.
And how aggressive does the Overmaster want to be? Because they could do something like bop that Minotaur to let more attacks through. Yeah, I feel like this is going a lot better than it was a moment ago for Apple Chips, just because, no relic, no follow-up. Wow, and Renaya does not attack.
Or does not block, yeah.
Yeah, it does not block, excuse me. And so this is looking like it's setting up for Renaya to eat one of these flying blockers, either the Kickflip Monk or the Parliament Elder.
Yeah, I would imagine the Kickflip Monk. I think Overmaster would rather have that Justice Sigil. Oh, well, call the hit. We'll deal with them both if in that case.
Yeah, this Renaya is going to be phenomenal for Apple Chips.
Yeah, I could see playing the other Renaya here too. Just every death becomes 4 health. Staying alive very well there.
True. If you're going to play the other one, playing the first one, the second one now, gains you more health. And we're going to see the double block get blown out.
Well, I mean, has to block with one, and the call the hit's going to hit the other regardless. So.
True. Yeah, I suppose this is kind of a forced play.
Yeah.
So, call the hit, hits the Parliament Elder. Renaya is going to eat that Kickflip Monk and gain some health back.
Then, Apple Chips is at a healthy 20. Why not another big wheel? As we've seen, drawing 3 cards a turn is very, very effective.
We're going to see a Waystone Igniter just make a Spitling. Apple Chips is just trying to ensure that they have enough chump blockers, and now that they have a second Waystone Igniter, they can feel like they can handle a creation project if one were to emerge, or something like a Dinosaur Nest. So this is where we start to get to the point of the game where it's like, Dinosaur Nest, I gotta wait a while before you're really impactful.
Yeah, these units are large, and honestly, a Dinosaur Nest might just wind up making Rania better with more things dying. Okay, coming in with the whole team. Still, none of that armor has been chipped off from Overmaster, so this is still a rather large Magniventress.
Yeah. Yeah, and you got to be careful. When you got the big wheel, your health total could shrink quicker than you
Decided
hoped.
not to block there with the
They jumped the biggest thing.
Yeah, jumped the
And
Magniventress,
took
but
8.
didn't block the field medic.
Yeah. So what kind of business could we get up to here?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, they took 7 off those 2 big wheels.
Can still play in abundance with to gain some health that way. Talir's Choice can gain health.
True. Yeah.
Killing something with Vikram's Bomb will get health off of Rania, but don't think they wanted to take 7 there.
No. No, this was the risk with that line from Apple Chips. I was a little surprised to see. I think both you and I were thinking, get that second Renaya down. Of course, we do have the advantage of knowing the hand information. But this has definitely become very tenuous. So Krogar going to get hit by Vikram's Bomb and gain some health back, and going to see an abundance. So they're going to get a 2-drop. They'll also gain a little bit of health. The nice thing also, oh, look at that, Midnight Tinker.
Yeah.
The bomb also knocked the armor off, so the Magniventress is going to be a little bit easier to contain.
Yeah, 12 is a fair bit healthier, but still got to be careful with those 2 big wheels and all of these attacks coming. Oh, save the day. Not enough to play it during Overmaster's turn, though. But could still use an all-nighter to get rid of one of those smaller units and attack with the team here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very close spot. One line is you could just all-nighter and make an Apprentice Mage guarantee you can play Save the Night next turn, Save the Day next turn. The Field Medics, it is hard for Apple Chips to make too good of a block, so you probably are going to get in some damage here, and then you can still Apprentice Mage. I mean,
looks like they're trying to block the Magniventress with as much as possible there. So a lot of things are going to die here, which will give Apple Chips a fair bit of health. But yeah, that will stop.
Feels like, yeah. I think a little miscue there. I think Overmaster, I think you want to hit the Midnight Tinker.
The Tinker, yes, to stop the
Yeah, it would have done the same thing since it was a 2-1 and a 1-1 blocking.
Oh, well,
What's
Apple
happening?
Chips with a Grumbo here and a lot of ways to just play a lot of units this turn.
Yeah, Grumbo, collection rounds, Waystone Igniter.
Not to mention the two Ranias just possibly to gain more health that way. So, of course, all that might not matter much if Overmaster draws an undepleted power source here to just stun the entire board.
I mean, they only have 8 in play. So
True.
they don't get to win the game in one hit. But with 2 big wheels,
You might still.
maybe you don't need to hit them for that much.
Okay.
So Lunar Claw, you could play that, take a peek at the hand. It's funny, though. Apple Chips has multiple token-making spells, so they don't even have to play something in response to this. If they lock out collection rounds, you can play Talir's Choice. If they lock out Talir's Choice, you can play collection rounds. They're going to play Talir's Choice. It also gains some health. The disadvantage to this is since you played this before the Lunar Claw could attack.
Right. It can still take out one of these explorers. I think Apple Chips was thinking I wanted to use all of my power, not just play collection rounds here. But yeah, Magnaventress getting bigger because of that Lunar Claw, so.
All right, so Apple Chips hits another Grumbo and hits a Dinosaur Nest, so.
Yeah, they have not drawn, like they've been drawing 3 cards a turn and haven't hit power, or at least not very much in the last couple of turns.
No, and it's costing them on both ends. They're not getting health from their big wheels, and they're not getting power so that they can play out all the stuff in their hand, because they're now up to 8 cards in hand. Wow. Still feels like a pretty decent spot.
Could go Grumbo, Dinosaur Nest, Waystone Igniter.
I don't think we're going to see Dinosaur Nest.
No. Oh, yeah. Rania makes a lot of sense here.
The problem with Dinosaur Nest is it just doesn't help you until next turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't grow the Grumbos. And it really feels like a game that is going to be decided in the next couple of turns.
So, to have that 7th power for Save the Day, that can take out Rania before blocking. And, like, we'll gain 2 health, but this is, what, 10 damage? Or 12 damage coming back in? Yeah.
There are 5. Apple Chips hit power. Oh! And then another power. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. The first seat was the draw for the turn.
Right.
Shadow Sigil Exodus. So they took 3 from that.
So they're going to have to find how to, like, they still have 2 Grumbos in play. Every unit they play is 2 health. So how much health can they gain this turn? 2 Rickety Ram Carts and a Waystone Igniter into a Spiteling. That's, what, 8 health right there? They might just go for that play.
Yeah, and there's interesting ideas around Exodus, because if you unlock the Grumbos, you could maybe make it an endurance attack with the Grumbos, and once you've done that, you get access to a very efficient play in the form of collection rounds. The Lunar Claw will be off the board.
Right. The Lunar Claw is off the board. The Magnaventress won't be growing when it's attacking. So, okay. Ram Cart number 1. And Igniter.
Into Exodus.
And then Exodus. Okay. Attacking with everything. The Magnaventress must block this hook bot.
Wow, then this is an attack for 15, 19, 22?
Yeah, but when Overmaster's over 40 with armor, that's, they can survive that.
Well, I'm not worried about Overmaster surviving the attack. I'm worried about, are they going to be able to win this game? And now that there's these giant endurance stuff, Grumbos, what's their path? It could be just a lot of bricks off the big wheel, but those kind of happened earlier. Now we're hitting some power again.
Right.
And
yeah, Overmaster didn't do anything. It's threatening Well, even a save the day doesn't do that much here.
Right, because we've got so many endurance units.
Yeah.
If you were to Renaya something and the hook bot, there would only be one blocker. I mean, this is getting into a very bad spot because keep in mind, once the Renaya comes back, once another Renaya is in play, jump blocks get very painful for the Overmaster. So here's the collection rounds. I mean, this is 4 health.
Yep. And then Renaya is going to take one of these units. There will be 2 taunt units attacking. Have to block them both.
Oh my gosh, it's just lethal.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, this is lethal.
Holy cow.
With
Great line by
those
Apple
Grumbos
Chips.
are so huge. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 plus 10 plus another 3 from the Waystone Igniter. That adds up to 26.
Yeah.
So.
And 4 from
and 4 from the rickety ram cart. So that's 30.
Yeah, Apple Chips was well behind, it looked like, for a while there, not being able to hit those power with all these cards in hand, but with all that health gain in their deck, they managed to survive the tide and turn it around with massive Grumbos.
Yeah, the most important turn of that game was the turn when Apple Chips goes Renaya, hold off Kickflip Monk, hold off Parliament Elder, jump your Furious Magnaventress, I gain 2, you hit me with Krogar. And at that stage of the game, being able to stop that many units from getting in, taking a net 3 damage from that turn, was beyond Apple Chips' wildest dreams. When they played that Renaya, they had to be so terrified. If there was something like a Lunar Claw or a Krogar, really bad spot for them. There wasn't, and they were able to come back.
Yep.
The other big moment was playing that second big wheel before the second Renaya came down, which
that was very exciting. Yeah, because Apple Chips went very low there, not being able to find power off of those big wheels. It's like it's a liability, but oh well.
Yeah,
worked
and
out.
As for whether or not Apple Chips was right in that decision, we're gonna go with scoreboard 2-0. So the Overmaster. For the second time in this tournament, they cannot afford to take another loss, otherwise they will be eliminated. And they're going to be on the play now for the last time in this match.
Yes.
We know that, and they're going to start things off with a depleted Seed of Impulse. I do like how this early draw is going for them. They've got multiple copies of Dinosaur Nest. Apple Chips does have Waystone Igniter and Vikram's Bomb, so we'll see how that all lines up.
Yeah, might just want to get one of those dinosaur nests immediately. It looks like Waystone Igniter is coming down. We'll take out that dinosaur nest.
Yeah, and a big thing is just establishing having a single relic for the Overmaster with these copies of Tinker Unionist.
Yes, absolutely.
So, because they had to pay off the contract this turn on the Igniter, Apple Chips cannot get the nest off the board. They're going to play out Grumbo. And we're going to see a Dinosaur Nest. Now, for the Overmaster, you got a choice between Lunar Claw and 2 Tinker Unionists.
Yeah, I think considering how fast those Grumbos can grow, you just got to get rid of them right now. You also get to hit the Vikram's Bomb. You have a blocker for the 2-1. Like, your other dinosaur nest is very safe here right now.
And for Apple Chips, without Shadow in hand, they wouldn't be able to play the bomb or the Renaya. We'll see when it gets to the Rickety Ram cart.
Yeah. An abundance.
Okay. Oh, did they have Shadow Influence? Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, they had Shadow Influence.
Oh. Yeah, the fact they have 2 Shadow Influence. So we're going to see Renaya come down and then now make the attack. And yeah, Overmaster is going to let this go. They kind of are, in effect, giving up on this Lunar Claw.
Yeah, they don't have a... Like, they could block Ranio with the Kickflip Monk, but that's such a bad play, or, trade.
All right, so Lunar Claw goes away. Renaya gains some health back. But now the Overmaster, if they want, they could deploy a couple of Unionists. You're probably not going to want to put out that Kickflip Monk. Because Renaya has Deadly and Taunt, and your Kickflip Monk has Flying on the enemy turn. All right, so multiple Tinker Unionists. But overall, I would say Apple Chips is done a nice job of stabilizing here. The question for them is, do you want to try to deal with the dinosaur nest now, or maybe develop your board a little further first?
I think a creation project would be so bad for Apple Chips here that they want to hold off at the moment.
Well, there we go.
Ah.
A Zealot of Shavka. Cloud Scraper looking like a juicy draw off the top of the deck.
Yeah, I can't imagine that won't be the play here.
Well, your imagination in this case did not fail you, as
No.
the Tinkering units are going to trade off with these 2 units. We're going to leave a Hookbot behind, but we are now really opening things up for these dinosaurs once we flip over into Sheltered Valley.
Yeah.
There's a Cloud Scraper, and that Dashing Scoundrel is not what we need. If your Apple Chips, might be time to bite the bullet on this Vikram's Bomb and say, if you got a creation project off the top, oh, they're going to deal with the Cloud Scraper. Okay, they get to taunt kill one of these. So now they have like 2 3/3s to deal with. Yeah, okay. I think Apple Chips is still in this, and that Renaya got them to a pretty good health total.
Yeah, absolutely. They've still got room to stabilize here. They've got a Grumbo into Rat King. Really want that 5th power here. They might play Ramcart first. That way they can play Grumbo, attack with Ramcart, get a unit that way. Or to buffa.
Yeah, just a little too power inefficient to play that. And this okay, so if they make this attack and you block with the Hookbot, you can now kill something with the Scoundrel.
Yeah, if Overmaster plays this Cloud Scraper here.
Man, Dashing Scoundrel. And this looks a little too good to be true.
Yes. Yeah. Come in, take down the Cloud Scraper, still be able to play the Abundance afterwards.
Yeah. Possibility of them saving it for use in the future.
Yeah, might want to save it for Grumbo or after the Rat King. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think we'll see Rat King plus one of these 2. If there's undepleted power, it's probably Grumbo. If not, I think we'll see Abundance. Okay, it wasn't undepleted power because you got a lot to deal with right now.
Yeah.
Apple Chips is like doing their old, like, do you have Field Medic? Maybe you could have drawn that. It would be really bad for me if I attacked. And all of those things are true.
Well, yeah. Okay, Rat King first.
There's Abundance, so we're going to
Abundance.
see a 4-cost. Arcanum's True Heart, wow.
Well, there's a blocker. Well, never mind.
Okay, I think that's going to get Krogard real good.
Yeah, that Krogar showing up just in time.
And that was a huge swing for the Overmaster, because that Arcanum's True Heart was going to really do some work on him.
Yes.
As it stands, they've got him at 13, and you could attack with that 3/3 dinosaur. The Overmaster is really giving some thought to maybe I want to like
hit the Dasher
or hit
or
the
even
Rat
the Rat
King.
King.
Yeah,
like all 3 of those are great targets. But if you don't hit the True Heart, what answers do you have left in your deck for that? Like, it will just keep growing and growing.
You could chomp.
Yeah.
You have Saved the Day. Doesn't have Endurance. Wow, they hit the Dashing Scoundrel. So we're going to get to see a free block here from the Arcanum's True Heart.
Yeah. True Heart just blocks. Could also block with the Scoundrel just to take out the dinosaur now that you don't care. Yeah.
All right. Apple Chip's still in this. Imagine we're going to see Rat King work on shrinking down some of these threats. We'll see the True Heart come in. And if you're the Rat King, you got to shrink down the Krogar.
Right.
We'll see Grumbo come down.
No support for Grumbo yet, but Overmaster only has 1 card in hand. It's still pretty safe.
Very
at the
much
moment.
support playing
Well,
out that power. Okay, so now Lunar Claw can take out the Rat King or it can take out Grumbo.
Yeah, you have to choose between the two. Apple Chips has no cards in hand, so you might go for Rat King first and hope that Apple Chips cannot make that Grumbo grow.
So it's going to take out the Rat King. And this is like a 2-turn clock. Zone Conclave, that was not the goods.
No.
Oh, sending Grumbo. It's not jumping. Maybe it's going to jump. We'll see. The Overmaster would love to get a little more help. Hey, Parliament Elder.
Yeah, that's a great hit here. Can't play it 3 times, but 2 times is still pretty good, especially if, yep, I mean, Apple Chips at 1.
Is there any hope left for Apple Chips in this game? They'd love to close out the Overmaster here. Oh, Exodus is so beautiful. If they had drawn that Exodus maybe 1 turn earlier, they don't take a huge hit here from Krogar and from Kickflip Monk. As it stands, they're going to punch the Overmaster down to 11 and then scoop him up as we are going to be going to
Game 4.
Game 4, yeah. So the Overmaster is going to get on the board here. And it was a tight one. Definitely. I mean, both players kind of had good starts in the sense that the Dinosaur Nest early for the Overmaster really commanded a lot of attention from the Waystone Igniter. And then that Vikram's Bomb just not being playable on turn 3.
Right.
It felt like they were always kind of a little bit behind from there. And, you know, the way that these games work is what happens in the early turns influences how you use your cards. Did you use your removal spell on the right thing? Did you block with the combination of units that you ideally would want to use, or did you do something that felt a little more desperate because of the circumstances? And stuff that happens on turn 2 and turn 3 has repercussions that are felt throughout the game like we saw there.
Yeah.
All right, so the Overmaster on the board now. They got one on the play. Once they're on the draw, though, I would be worried up against this FTS deck.
Yeah, they already lost one. They've seen Apple Chips' aggressive start before, and like that first game, Overmaster was just reacting. Every turn was, okay, how do I handle what Apple Chips just threw at me? So if we see that happen again, that can happen in either of these next 2 games. Overmaster's going to have quite the journey to climb here.
All right. So once they're ready, we'll be joining them. The Overmaster, yeah, so far they are 3-0 in like survival games, however you want to describe it, games where if they lost, they're out of the tournament. So they got the good touch right now.
That's true. They were down before in that elimination round. So let's see if they can do it again.
All right, Apple Chips. You like 5 power and Waystone Igniter? How about 2 Dinosaur Nests on the play up against Creation Project, Dinosaur Nest, and Tinker Unionist?
Yeah, I think Apple Chips is okay with this.
I would guess so. Cloud Scraper for the Overmaster, and we're running. Yeah, Dinosaur Nest. Good
Dinosaur
card.
Nest number 1. And I think we're going to see Dinosaur Nest number 2 right here. Possibly followed.
Well,
you think it's going to be the Unionist? Just to be able to block?
I mean, you just start munching on.
Oh,
dinos.
that's right. You just munch on 'em. Sure.
Yeah. Now, Apple Chips has a couple ways that they could handle this. You could bomb the Unionist. You could play another nest. They're going to go for just playing another nest. And this is sort of the line that pays off in the long term.
Right, yeah. We'll lose this dinosaur. Overmaster will get an all-important Warcry trigger, follow up with their own Dinosaur Nest. And both of them are ready to play their turn 4 relics here.
Yep. So for Apple Chips, is it going to be the big wheel?
Yeah. Did go for that Shadow Pip, so I would imagine so.
Yep. All right, so the big wheel is in effect. And now maybe Apple Chips just does a little double block, but the Creation Project also will buff up the...
Yeah, Creation Project will put a stop to that plan. Or oh, there we go.
Yeah, let's do it that way. So the charge dino will just chump the Unionist. The other dino gets in for 2. But now when we get back to Apple Chips, if they can find a power...
No power, but Abundance is still a pretty decent hit. Vikram's Bomb, the creation, already made 2 dinosaurs. Abundance for 4.
And this will probably give you something that can block the Unionist. Oh, yeah.
Oh, how about silencing and getting +4/+4?
Love it. And good spot to be in if you're Apple Chips. Over the next 2 turns, we are going to see 2 dinosaur nests flip over into Sheltered Valley, buffing all the dinosaurs +1, +2/+2.
Yep.
There's the creation project for the Overmaster once again.
And what does the wheel spin into?
Another big wheel. They hit a charged dinosaur. How aggressive will we see Apple Chips be?
Yeah.
Could you play another big wheel? You could Renaya. If you take...
There won't be trades, but yeah, you could take a dinosaur, which will be even bigger on your side.
Yeah.
Oh, it will trade. Right, because it didn't have the creation project buff. Right.
Well, yeah, I think what you do is you chump your 2/2 dinosaur on the 3/3, so you'll still get yours back. You trade off this 3/3 dinosaur somewhere, and then Overmaster is going to need to come up with some good stuff with the creation project.
Yeah, they can Cloud Scraper away that Renaya, but when you're sitting at 6, that's well, okay, there we go. That's probably the best thing Overmaster could see here.
And they're going to get to warp something with creation project. The Overmaster, their back is up against the wall. Is it enough to silence and gain 5? So you go to 11, and then on your turn, the problem is the dinosaurs are
about to be 5/5s.
5/5s.
Yeah, that might just not be enough.
If you were to block the 3 largest units, you would take 8 damage. You would go to 3. You would get to eat the Sharp Tactician. But this is bad. So we're gonna probably need some save the day kind of action to get Overmaster back into it. Meanwhile, the big wheel goes off. The debt is paid off from Renaya. Everything is attacking.
Yep, the blocks, oh, maybe rethinking that.
Yeah.
Yep, take
Collection rounds for Apple Chips is going to be very good here.
Yes, absolutely. If the Overmaster does manage to get out of this, but...
So it'll be fun to see on the Overmaster the next turn how they can try to best, if they don't find Save the Day, bluff that they have it. It's not really one of those cards that...
Oh, another Cloud Scraper.
Yeah, there's no flyers to even remove. Justice Sigil on top. Luke is not looking good for the champ.
No, I think that this is going to be Apple Chip's game. Collection rounds forces both of those to block the Minotaurs and swing in for 18. Which, last time I checked, was more than 3.
Sure is. So, impressive 3-1 match win for Apple Chips here. The Overmaster, fantastic title defense as world champion. Getting all the way back to the top 4. Had to fight through a tiebreaker match that they won just to get here. But Apple Chips, they were 7-2. They were a number 1 seed going into the tournament, and they are moving on to the finals. They are 1 match away. We're going to step away, 5-minute break, and we'll be back with It's Tens versus Notorious GHP, the other semifinal here to find out who Apple Chips will be playing in the World Championship Finals. Stay tuned.
It's going to be exciting.
All right, it is time for the second semifinal here. We've
Yeah.
got Notorious GHP versus Its Tens. Notorious GHP, I mean, for years and years and years, tons and tons of tournament success. They are just 2 match wins away. Its Tens also, name I'm very familiar with from doing all these broadcasts. And they got a creation project mirror, so this is just going to be a pure skill match here between these two players.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot to say. I just want to kind of get down to the action. Anything you want to throw on? We're going to see some more Behemoths Thera cards before the day's over.
We are going to see at least one more, by which I mean exactly one more. But that will be after we have crowned a winner.
All right, so stay tuned for that.
Yes.
And, I keep reminding you, but it's a good thing to know about. The pre-orders for Behemoths of Thera start tomorrow, and if you're on Switch, they'll be a couple days later, just as things go through the system.
Yeah.
One of the fun things you learn is you get to work in the games business is how much fun it is navigating all the different platforms to get your game
every
updated
platform has their own hurdles to jump through to get things through. It's an exciting challenge, let's say.
All right, yeah. Not one you and I get to do as much. We just kind of hear, we're busy working away on making new cards, things like that, and then we get told all kinds of wild stuff.
Right,
but
yes.
That's the fun of it, It's fun for players and it's fun for us. So, for this semifinal, we're going to be, again, reminder, best of 5. And, whoever wins 3 before they lose 3, they're going to advance. That's the way that works. I don't know how else to explain it to you. They're going to be going up against Apple Chips. If I'm both of these players, I might just be willing to just get second at this point. Nobody's stopping Apple Chips, right?
No, Apple Chip. We've seen Apple Chips just dominate in these against these creation project decks. Like, yes, lost a game to Overmaster in the previous match, but 3-1 is still a commanding performance, and I would not surprise me if he takes it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I've seen bigger upsets before, and both of these players, Its Tens and Notorious GHP, have their eyes on making that happen.
Yes.
But before they do that, they'll need to take care of the other, as they're going to be pitted off here in this second semifinal. Just waiting on both those players to hit join match.
Yep.
Please do so. I'd love to start watching.
Yeah, we'll we can wait, but not for long.
We could just go back to our desks and start jamming if we want to stream that instead.
Oh boy, they sure would love that. Like, get a playtest game of Behemoth done.
Yeah, and I'm at the point where I would probably just end up using cheat codes in the game. No, there's cheat codes in the developer
in the
servers.
dev builds, yeah.
Yes, not on live. As much as I've wanted to cheat against everybody on live, I can't do it.
No. That's fine. You're undefeatable anyway.
Maybe
right?
we'll get that feature next year. I'm very defeatable. Yeah, I mean, part of the challenge of, when you're working on a game like Eternal is you want to test everything, you want to try everything, you want to explore everything just like the players, and sometimes that means you're not as always focused on what's the absolute best build optimized, and so I oftentimes feel like I learn a lot about the game just from watching these players because while we're very dedicated towards our task of innovating and iterating on creative new ideas and strategies for the game to go in, there's a definite art and science towards figuring out how do you best sand every edge down on your deck list and how do you get the edge in this matchup while not giving up too many points others. It's a very disparate skill. I mean, I know, Luke, I know both of us have had some success in other card games and strategy games, and I don't know, if you were competing in something like the World Championships, is there anything like you feel like you bring to the table?
Oh, I mean, I'm all about my pet decks in Eternal. Like, if I was trying to compete as hard as possible, like I said yesterday, I probably would have brought Creation Project to Throne. For Expedition, I think I actually would have brought... I've been having a lot of success lately with Elysian Heroes.
Oh.
My particular build has a lot of ways of dealing with both the Creation Project and all these relics that we're seeing around, and it can get real big, real scary. its major drawback, though, is sometimes its early plays can be countered too effectively.
Is
But
that your way of saying Zoltan Ambassador is a 2-cost 1/1 that doesn't do anything?
it's a 2-cost 1/1 that doesn't really do much, yeah. But sometimes you get Plunk instead, and as they say, Plunk is so safe.
Are you playing with Sodi the Metamorph?
She's not in Expedition.
In Expedition.
Yeah, in Expedition.
Heroes.
Yeah.
In Throne, I like it in Elysian Heroes. You get Sodi the Metamorph. One of the nice things about that is you can get what's the name of the 3-cost relic that the power keeps getting higher? For each hero.
I know what you're talking about, and it's just escaping me right now.
Anyway, because it replenishes all of your power, you can get it up and up and up, and then replenish it before they even had a chance to blow it up.
That sounds scary.
Innovator over here.
Yeah.
All right, so just still waiting on its 10s and Notorious GHP. Do want to thank all of our World Championship competitors for fully exercising their rights to utilize the full 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding around. All right, let's watch some Eternal.
Okay.
Notorious GHP versus its 10s. Top of your screen, its 10's going to redraw that bad-looking hand into a also bad-looking hand, I got to be honest. I guess you can play the Cloud Scraper on Time Influence, and then you're okay. You don't have Dinosaur Nest, you don't have Waystone Igniter, you don't have the Creation Project, and while looking at Notorious GHP, they also don't have any of those cards. So
yeah, we're going to see some Owl versus Owl action here. That's all I'm seeing here. Oh, I suppose its 10s can deal with an Owl with Lunar Claw.
All right, so Notorious GHP first play of the semifinals is going to be a Tinker Unionist. And they've also picked up a Waystone Igniter, so now they've got some relic action covered. And if you're its 10s, you could go out and play that Kickflip Monk. It does a nice job blocking. The downside is you're not getting your Dinosaur Nest going, so...
yeah, might want to play the Nest first and then play the Kickflip Monk to block, but...
Yeah, you can do this. They attack you once, and then you can Lunar Claw. Though this is going to present further challenges here for its 10s, this Parliament Elder. Do you want to go after the Elder with the Lunar Claw? One line, just throwing it out there, just play your own Parliament Elder.
Yeah, play your own Parliament Elder. They could attack with both, but and get the sigil in, but
I mean they might not even. You could chump the
they
Parliament
also
Elder
probably just don't
if they want.
Yeah.
Another line is just now playing the Kickflip Monk. It's a little less power efficient, so they're going to play Parliament Elder.
Okay.
And that was a really good draw there from GHP. I mean, literally stone best draws. We are going to take out the Parliament Elder. We're going to get to attack now with our Taunting Tinker Unionist. And the Parliament Elder is going to come down. And if GHP wants to, they could use that bit of power they're going to get from the Parliament Elder to play a Waystone Igniter, blow up the Dinosaur Nest.
Yeah, that would be quite the blowout here. Just, you have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like GHP has a ton going on themselves, and they would be kind of contracted for next turn. You also keep in mind you have the Tinker Unionist, so you can keep on eating dinosaurs unless something like a Lunar Claw comes down and eats your Tinker Unionist.
And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. A Volcano Tomb playable. And do we want to play Krogar? Yeah, we want to play Krogar.
Krogar is pretty big. Gain some health. Sure, you don't silence anything, but this Lunar Claw isn't going to attack it. This Charged Dino isn't going to attack into it either. But you do have a Magniventress.
Alright, so Magniventress has stunned Krogar. Lunar Claw is now taking out the last dinosaur. Parliament Elder is going to get in for the second time, and it's going to get us the 6th power, so we could go for a little triple Tinker Unionist.
Yeah, they've already grown once from the previous Tinker Unionist, and that's a lot of strength on the board that its tens will have to deal with. And that seems to be the way to go here.
And with Notorious GHP having a copy of Save the Day in hand, they've got a way to break this this open.
Once
they get to power number 7.
Which could happen next turn. Who knows? Magniventress is coming in here. Will get big enough to, could block with all 3 Tinker Unionists, but I think that's not the best use of those Unionists.
Yeah, it's...
Scribe, throw that Parliament Elder to the bottom of Notorious's deck. No 7th power, so can't do that Save the Day play.
Yeah, you know, that triple block on the Magniventress, it would have been kind of good, I guess. I don't know. It's tough. I mean,
well,
you do want to build up a lot of resources. Whoa.
Could have gotten blown out by that all-nighter in its 10's hand, so.
True. I didn't realize Notorious GHP was Johnny No Plays. But what they're going for here is if the Magniventress attacks again as an 8/9, it will get Save the Day as it'll get cost reduced down. So we'll see. We'll see how good of a sense of smell its 10s has if they can sniff this out.
Yeah, could play that Lunar Claw to...
Yeah, I mean, you'd really be sniffing that out if he did that play. They're going to get down the dinosaur nest.
Yeah. They sniffed out something. So we'll come down and hit that dinosaur nest immediately.
Yep. There is a Lunar Claw still around, so...
Yes.
And let's see, a second Waystone Igniter is going to... What relic is that taking out?
The Sheltered Valley from the first
right.
Dino nest.
Right.
Yeah.
Notorious GHP did such a good job of cleaning up the first dinosaur nest, we totally forgot that it still was there. And it just flipped.
So its 10's probably not liking their hand a whole lot right now. Though, since Notorious spent all their power, doesn't need to fear Save the Day anymore. Get in with that Magniventress.
All right, there's Lunar Claw there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later. It's a matter of...
Oh, there's that 7th power.
If. Yeah, like I said. Save the Day is going to kill Furious Magniventress, the 1 unit with Endurance, and it's going to stun the other 2 units. All-Nighter will put Tinker Unionist number 1 and Tinker Unionist number 2 on the bottom of the deck. So this is only going to be an attack for 10. Big attack. Let's be clear. But it's not going to, like, end the game, and with another Lunar Claw in hand, its 10s could still plausibly come back here.
Not what they wanted to see, but we'll have to see what comes out on their next draw. Like, even readying the 2 stunt units is going to be huge. But, yeah, taking 7 when you're at 13, not where you want to be. Especially with another Krogar. Oh, going for the Lunar Claw to take out the Kickflip Monk and ambushing in the Field Medic next turn.
Yeah. Going to be a copy of the Creation Project, but that's going to be good news for Notorious GHP, as by ambushing in Field Medic, they can ensure that they have 6 points of unblocked attackers coming in, and with no cards in hand for its 10s, Notorious GHP is going to go up a game here in our semifinal number 2.
Congratulations, Notorious. 2 more to go.
We save the congratulations for the match wins. No. Yeah, you know, of course, anytime you're taking a game off one of these these fierce competitors, it's not bad. But I'll save my, you ever watch Great British Bake Off?
Oh, no.
Okay. Paul Hollywood, he's the big chef, the big baker, and if you get a handshake from him, it's basically you're a made man. And that what I'm saying is I'm the Paul Hollywood of
Got it.
turtleneck.
Yeah.
So if I say
you
congratulations,
got to save it for the champion.
Absolutely. Half chat is going to be like, I can't believe he's talking about this, and half the chat is also not going to believe I'm talking about it, but are going to appreciate it. All right. So game number 2 here. It's 10's going to be on the play. Down a game. Yeah, save the day. When it's been against everybody but Apple Chips with Exodus has been very good.
Yes. Turns out being able to stun the entire board lets you get in a big attack. Surprising. Okay. Notorious keeping a hand with 2 Justice Sigils and a Kickflip Monk as their only sources of power here. Does let them play most of their hand regardless.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this is just the nature of the beast with I very much like how these Creation Project deck players have built their deck, where they're like, we're going to play 1 card off faction. It's going to be the Creation Project.
Right.
And we're not going to have that much influence for it. We'll have some. The rest of the time are probably pretty smooth. The FPS players are like just YOLOing to a degree that is sometimes hard to believe, but you know, they're doing their thing. Oh, Hojin, beloved son.
Yes, we have not seen a Hojin yet.
No, he's right there.
Well.
Oh, you meant before this.
Before this.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah.
This apprentice is probably going to get hit in the face with a claw. Yeah.
Yeah. And there ain't no laws when you're wielding the Lunar Claw. All right. It's 10's in the unenviable spot of not really knowing what to do because they've got these Waystone Igniters. There's no even cost attachments. Nope. The attachments are so good, but do you want to just do nothing? And it's 10's is like, no, I want to do a little something.
Yep, 4-3, which is probably just going to get stunned by this Magna Ventress. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a big moment here for its 10's because if they don't find something good to play, this Magna Ventress is going to beat them up because it's got a brother coming.
Yeah, and
Or sister.
West cannot deal with this Magna Ventress, just barely dodging at 3 strength. We'll be attacking for 8, but West can't do much about that.
I mean, West deals with only the hardest hitting offenders in the criminal justice system in Argenport, and that Furious Magna Ventress, it's like you point at it, and it's like, that thing just hit me for 6, and it's like, ma'am, that's a 3-4. I don't know what you're talking about. All right.
Stunning that 4-3 again.
Yeah.
Swinging for massive 11 Magna Ventress.
Yeah. This is a lot to contend with.
Its 10's is really hoping for undepleted power.
Oh, we did not inscribe the Hojin last turn.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you why that's rough. You have to silence a Magna Ventress this turn.
Yes.
Oh, you keep that Krogar on top. That's got to be one of the best things because...
Yeah. You inscribe Hojin here. You play a Parliament Elder and your Igniter.
Oh, wow. I was...
No Igniter.
Yeah, well... Yeah, this is not good. Now West has to jump.
Yep.
There is a sort of good news. The Waystone Igniter's coming off stun.
Yes.
It kept getting locked down by Furious Magna Ventri. So can a pair of Krogars?
Yeah, 1 Krogar silences the first Magna Ventress. Still, though, these are... Like, this other Magna Ventress still gets to attack for 10 and eat that Waystone Igniter. Might also just attack a... Well, I guess... Yeah, you might still attack with the... Yeah, attack with the 6-5.
Oh, attack with the 3-4. Do it, GHB. Yeah, he's a good player. I've seen him a lot. He's sharp. Because look at it. If you block the Magna Ventress, you jump 6, one other thing and you take 6. A fine trade.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So Krogar eats the Magna Ventress. This is a great spot to be in. You can now play out either a Dinosaur Nest or a Parliament Elder. Both fine plays.
I think being at 6 power and with its 10's at less than 4, you really want 2 Parliament Elders here. Of course, unaware of this other Krogar.
Yeah, burdened with glorious purpose here. Krogar is going to come down and silence the other Magna Ventress. And yeah, Krogar, this was a real meta shaker when it released just because silencing and gaining 5 health is like kind of just bigger than Magnaventress does.
Yeah, it's attacks for less sometimes.
So Cloud Scraper is going to trade with 1 Krogar, and we're going to see probably a pair of Parliament Elders, and its 10's in hand. Doesn't really have a way to deal with stuff in the air. Hey, that's
There's
a
one.
Cloud Scraper. It deals with 1 thing in the air.
Well, considering how slow the Parliament Elders are, dealing with 1 thing is still buying a fair amount of time.
Yeah,
here.
and 8 is an annoying health to be at. You got to recognize that 1/1 dinosaur is going to be big soon. But if you just hit the dinosaur and you take 4 and 4 from the elders, that's lethal on its
Right.
own. So maybe this will buy them more time. All right, a charged dinosaur coming off is a lot better than the alternative. And if you're GHP, how aggressive do you want to get? You could do something like play Cloud Scraper plus Waystone Igniter, make a Spiteling, go very wide. Its 10's is coming off dead, and yeah.
Looks like that's exactly what they're going for. You
I'm
can't
not
block
saying
all
its
this.
10's is copying my plays, but like, I'm calling this stuff.
Oh, Notorious is copying your plays.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Notorious GHP. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Kickflip Monk looks like an okay play. I guess Waystone Igniter can take out the dinosaur nest. Here's a problem though. We're gonna get Lunar Clawed. Oh, we didn't take out the dinosaur nest. We made a 4/3. Going for some bigger blocks.
Yeah, Lunar Claw into this Kickflip Monk. Clear out the skies.
If GHP attacks with everything, my math says its 10's would go down to 1, but they're going to wait 1 more turn. They get another dinosaur attacking. Their dinosaurs all flip with Sheltered Valley, and the Parliament Elder comes off. So that's the better time to make the all-out attack.
Right, absolutely, yeah. And looks like that'll give Notorious win number 2. 1 more, and they will go to the finals.
They're up 2-0. It's over, right?
We need best 3 of 5.
Wow, I wasn't even paying attention to myself. Yeah, it's best of 5. So its 10's is not dead. They got a life.
Right.
1 life.
1 life.
It's like when you're playing one of those games where your health total is in the last bar and it's going like beep, 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 beep. And they're going to hope it doesn't go beep.
No, you don't want the flat line.
No,
So
all right.
It sends hanging on by a thread, can still pull it off. Let's see if they can do it.
I do want to apologize to its 10's. I feel like my son, Hojin, let them down. If that Hojin had just been a Justice Sigil, I think its 10's might have won that one.
No. Yeah, being able to get that Krogar down much earlier, silence that Magnaventress so much earlier.
Yes, because it wasn't just it was both that the first Krogar came down a turn too late, and then the second Krogar came down a turn too late.
Right, yeah.
All right, Notorious GHP, bottom of your screen. They have kept a terrible hand.
Well,
no,
they redrew into it.
I understand. They're hoping for a little bit of love off the top. Meanwhile, its 10's in a solid spot. They don't have a plethora of undepleted power, but they've got a little bit of it, and they can go ahead and play Dinosaur Nest on turn 2. Notorious GHP, they're going to be doing some studying, I think. They picked up a copy of All Nighter, and that's going to let them accelerate into an early Apprentice Mage, and then we'll go from there.
Yep. Yeah, its 10's. That is looking a bit greedy. Like, yes, you can play the Dinosaur Nest now, or you could play. I guess you could play West if you just want to start scouting for power.
You don't win World Championships by not getting a little lucky. No, I mean, it's a serious point in the sense of, like, when you are playing, like, maybe on the ladder, when you maybe want to hedge your plays a little more for consistency over power because, you know, you're a big, tough player. You could beat them. When you're playing in the World Championships, you got to have a good draw most of the time, and you should plan on it.
Well, they planned on drawing this Time Sigil, and they're going to play this Time Sigil.
Yeah, it's a really sharp play. Couldn't draw it out better myself. Little awkwardness here from its 10's. They would like to maybe play Parliament Elder. They would also like to All-Nighter that Apprentice Mage. They're going to go for the Parliament Elder. Yeah, this is a play I support. You get it down. It gets that Justice Sigil. And then it's closer to attacking that second time. And
Right.
it unlocks more plays for you. Oh, Notorious GHP.
Notorious goes for their own Parliament Elder. They could have done a turn 3 creation project, but would rather stop the ramp from its 10s there.
This would have been a good time to draw a little more power if you're its 10s. I'm disappointed that they didn't try to force that a little harder. They're going to put Apprentice Mage on the bottom.
Oh, instead of going for their own Apprentice Mage, getting them to that old power, very important 4th power.
Yeah, you just spent so much time waiting around for that to happen. This is what we describe as a cheeky attack. And I think GHP is going to... This is where its 10s, their sequencing, is going to backfire them a little bit. In a world where GHP thought they would get the attack in... Oh, interesting. You know why they're doing this, Luke?
To get rid of the dinosaur before it flips.
Well, that, plus they know the creation project that lets them get through here.
Ah, true. Yes.
If they didn't know that, I don't think they would make this play.
Yeah, because West cannot block. Well, could, but
Shan't.
shan't.
Shan't. All right. Parliament Elder stuns itself, gets us a Justice Sigil. It's 10s. Really hard up here for more power. They can't play Creation Project. They can't play Cloud Scraper.
No.
They see a Justice Sigil on top, which is tempting, but you could probably get more Justice Sigils with these Parliament Elders.
Yes.
And they're just going to play another one. So doing a good job of getting ahead on board. Now Notorious GHP, they're working it with the Creation Project. They got a copy of On Nighter.
Could get rid of West here. Still have enough power for Magnaventress or Dinosaur Nest Clip Bunk.
Yep. And this is a big decision here for GHP. Do you inscribe the Cloud Scraper?
Right, because if you inscribe the Cloud Scraper, you will have 6 power for that.
I love it.
Yeah.
You know you got lots of cards coming with Creation Project. You've got an Unleash card in your hand. Let's make sure we're going to get to make good plays in the future. Now, its 10s has found power number 5, and they're all set up to just do a very simple bing, bang, boom. Justice Sigil plus either Magnaventress or Justice Sigil plus Cloud Scraper KO the Kickflip Monk. And I think it's going to be the Cloud Scraper because you can immediately start paying off that debt with the hits from the Parliament Elder.
Yeah, absolutely. Will open yourself up to the attack from Notorious's Parliament Elder, but
It's going to be Magnaventress. And they're going to hold back on one of the Parliament Elders. The reason they're doing this is they think they can get a really big attack in with Furious Magnaventress. Now, if the GHP can come up with something like a Save the Day, good time.
Magnaventress is still pretty good here. Well, the one off the top, I suppose, is even better. You get to stun the Parliament Elder, which will give its 10s a Justice Sigil, but you can get rid of that armor and stop Magnaventress from growing off of that.
Yeah, this is very tricky. GHP, it feels like, can start to get back into this because they get to play Parliament Elder. Remember, they've got Creation Project going. They've just got to survive long enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Their health total is looking a little low, but with 2 Magnaventri in hand, you're basically at 19. They're not going to deal 13 to you this turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can attack for 11. They won't attack with the 3/3 on the ground, probably. Though, I guess you could. If you want to avoid the double block on your Magnaventress, it's not ridiculous to attack with the 3/3. It's actually a lot better than it looks. But they're not going to. They are going to prioritize just not just throwing away stuff when they've got a Creation Project coming to buff up their team.
Right. Yeah, just looking for that fire source anywhere.
Another dinosaur coming from the nest.
And Krogar.
Love it. The only annoying thing about Krogar, you don't get to make multiple plays this turn, but hey, just hit a Parliament Elder. And now there's good amount of stuff coming through the air. We got 5. After, I imagine we'll see Krogard knock it down, play another nest. But, yeah, it's 10's just hunting for that fire influence. Oof.
Yeah, this has been a rough drought of fire. Can you have a drought of fire?
I want these decks to play some Exoduses. That gives you fire influence.
Yeah, it sure does.
Maybe that's the tech for next World Championships. All right. Another Dino. Kickflip Monk on top. Sure.
Pair of Magnaventri still in hand.
Oh!
Scribe.
Interesting.
Trying to stun as much as possible, make as big an attack as they can. Oh.
Okay.
Guess not as big as they can. Just paying attention to their health total.
Yeah, and look, that they got a little bit of power back thanks to the Parliament on there. Not fire influence at the top. That's a kickflip monk.
Yeah, that's a kickflip monk.
Both players at a virtual 16. One player actually at 16. Oh, look at this. All-nighter. Keep my armor around, and these Magnaventresses are looking very, very chump necessary.
Yeah, we've seen 10 attacking Magnaventri before, and I think Notorious is very willing to do this again.
I mean, look, we're going to all-nighter that kickflip monk. You have to chump. Oh, I think everything could come. Maybe you would die on the backswing?
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing an attack with the flyer here. I suppose all of those stun units are coming off of stun here. But you still have 2, 6, 7 Magnaventri. Yeah.
Wow, if you attack with everything, it's one short of lethal. But it actually is just going to be lethal.
Okay.
All right, Notorious GHP advances to the finals in a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Call it a 3.
3-0 Notorious.
Yeah, we watch 3-game matches all the time.
Yeah.
All
they
right.
will join. Who are they joining in the finals here?
Begins with an A.
Ah, Apple Chips. That's right.
You nailed it. All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the finals of the 2022 Eternal World Championships. Notorious GHP versus Apple Chips. One is about to become your world champion. Who will it be?
Apple Chips.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, still watch anyway. We'll see you soon.
It might be Notorious. Who knows?
Oh, now you're hedging. Welcome back. It is the finals of the World Championships, Luke.
Last match.
We'll see about that. Notorious GHP versus Apple Chips. Apple Chips, #1 seed coming in. Did a very nice job of getting through the Overmaster. Other side of the bracket, Notorious GHP. Very clean 3-0 through their semifinal. They are now on a collision course with Destiny. One of these two will become your world champion, my world champion, all of our world champions.
Everyone's world champion,
of Eternal.
yeah.
And we have 2 Expedition decks, 2 decks that have looked great. Creation Project on one for Notorious GHP, Apple Chips, with this spicy little Firetime Shadow go wide business. Exodusing it up. And
Exodus, Big Wheel, Abundance, all sorts of spicy things in that deck.
Yep. And for these 2 players, it's going to be a best-of-5 match. And, you know, both of them have each won $10,000. One of them is going to win $15,000 by taking this one down. So we'll see. You know, we've talked about this matchup a couple of times. Really, it feels like every time we've seen Apple Chips because they've been playing against it a lot. And there's a reason why they're still here. They've got a good game plan against it. What it involves is using taunt units with Dashing Scoundrel. That combination of Deadly plus Taunt has been lovely. Exodus to buff up a wide board. Lots of great things going on.
Yep. Not to mention all the health gain in that deck. Grumbo, Rania, Abundance. Just Big Wheel is, I suppose, health gain in its own way.
Sure is. All right. Bottom of your screen, Notorious GHP. Looks like they redrew down to 6.
They went down to 6,
and they are not going to start off with a fast Waystone Igniter. I like that decision. There's a lot of good relics to hit for Apple Chips, and they're going to put them to the test early with a Dinosaur Nest. Now Notorious GHP's found a save the day, and they're going to waste on Igniter to kill the Dinosaur Nest.
Yeah. I was wondering if they were going to save it for a potential Big Wheel play, but Apple Chips is just like, okay.
Yeah.
You got rid of that? I can still play 3 units for 1 card.
Yeah, I think you could fall a little far behind with that line. All right, so Apple Chips has found an Exodus. If they want, might be time to just get the Big Wheel rolling. Otherwise, you get down Rania. That lines up very well against Parliament Elder. Both of these plays have possibilities of being blown out. Cloud Scraper and Krogar are really good against Rania. Waystone Igniter really good against the Big Wheel. Turns out Notorious GHP has neither, which is great news for Apple Chips ultimately.
Yeah. So now that Apple Chips has their wall set up here with Rania, this might be the time we see Big Wheel. We might also just see Exodus come down. Like, get in a pretty big attack here.
And this is a pretty important, but let's focus on the attack for a second. If Rania attacks, it would eat Parliament Elder, unless Save the Day would get played.
Right.
And Apple Chips is really carefully weighing because, okay, you didn't play Cloud Scraper. You didn't play Dinosaur Nest. You didn't play Krogar this turn. What do you have? And Apple Chips is a sharp player. I think they might snuff out this Save the Day and not make the attack. Maybe a little too sharp. No, I mean, it's a tough play. It's tough to give up this good amount of value. Now everything gets stunned. Rania does gain 2 health. And for Apple Chips, do you get the Big Wheel going now?
I think you still got to go for the Big Wheel here. Drawing 2 cards a turn is just so huge. Well, guess they're not going to get that opportunity.
And a Waystone Igniter off the top. This was not looking great for Notorious GHP, but you know, they still got a lot of work to do, but this was the start of the comeback, because if you start falling behind to that Big Wheel.
Well, Apple Chips does still have this Exodus if they want to ready their units immediately. We'll have to... they don't have enough for like something like Rat King into Exodus. That would be massive. Still can drop a Rat King.
Yeah, I think just, you know, up against the face-up, maybe Field Medic. Just a little too much to give up there. And Notorious GHP is good in aggro.
Well, you can't give these Big Wheel decks time. We've seen time and time again that, yes, they will just keep coming with more and more and more threats. So, the second medic, 46 health. That said, we've seen Apple Chips take down 40 health opponents before without much sweat.
Yep. And now we're going to see Krogar probably. It's going to silence the other collection rounds Minotaur. But Dashing Scoundrel, there's no answer in hand. And Apple Chips can really crank it up, partially because, those Rat Kings, they have endurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Dashing Scoundrel, well, there's still no taunt here. It just means these rats are basically getting free attacks. Might block them with the Waystone Igniters, but blocking with anything else, you're losing that unit.
And yeah, Apple Chips right now not attacking with the Endurance Deadly Rat Kings, and that's partially out of respect for the size of attacking units on the way back. So if they were to get those units traded off with the Field Medic, maybe you're taking a bigger attack back than you'd like. Now, Apple Chips, if they want, can either play Waystone Igniter, or they could use one of the Rat Kings to shrink down an enemy unit, and they're going to do that on Krogar. This is going to get it into the range where a Rat King could block it and trade with it. Here's a Lunar Claw. That'll be very helpful for dealing with the Dashing Scoundrel.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Apple Chips blocks here, because those Rat Kings can trade with any of those ground units. Taking out Krogar and the Field Medic.
This is going to be a good turn for Notorious GHP. They're now going to get a Justice Sigil off of the Parliament Elder, and they're going to be able to play, do some unleashing with the Tinker Unionist next to the Lunar Claw.
Yeah, they'll get to take out the Dasher here and still play two nice Unionists. Apple Chips basically just has Rania in hand.
Yeah, but let's just steal one of these Tinker Unionists.
Yeah, make it block the other one.
Make them fight each other. Good, solid play from Apple Chips here. We get the Lunar Claw off the board. We get to gain a bunch of health back. Oh, nice. So good for that.
No.
And Notorious GHP found the Creation Project, the namesake card of their deck that they don't have Fire Influence for. So we'll work on that. Meanwhile, for Apple Chips, I think we're going to see maybe them sitting back here for a moment.
Yep. Don't want to let that owl hit. Well, might have to decide whether you'd rather have the Rania here or prevent the trigger.
And yeah, now you could let this attack go. You take 3, they get a Justice Sigil. Keep your Renai around, and then Waystone Igniter away the Creation Project. But for Apple Chips, it seems like they're torn.
This is a tough call to make. You never know. Like you were saying earlier, every decision you make has ramifications further and further down the line.
Yeah. Hard to say how that'll pay off. For Apple Chips, if they want to throw down a collection rounds, they can. It's just not, unless they were to top deck a Dashing Scoundrel, it's not clear it does anything. They do have cards like Abundance in their deck. Oh, the Dashing Scoundrel! He's done it again! And with the Creation Project going away, Notorious GHP has a lot of cleanup work to do. It probably starts with top decking something that can deal with the Scoundrel.
Yeah, Krogar. Nope.
Just a dinosaur nest.
I'm not as good as predicting the top decks as you are, I suppose.
No, and the collection rounds on top means it's going to be very, very hard to block the bigger units from Apple Chips. There's Krogar. That gains a bunch of health back. That is the kind of tool that they needed. So, we go up to 14. We get to silence Krogar. Now, collection rounds is going to mean we're going to get off probably another pretty good-sized attack. By no means is Notorious GHP out of the woods.
No. Yes, this isn't lethal, but it's still a large amount. It threatens lethal next turn, even with the dinosaur coming into play.
Is All-Nighter enough? Okay, so we're going to get to... I think it's not.
I think it is. You all-nighter. No. Yes, this should be 3 damage. You all-nighter one of the smaller units. You block the dasher.
When you say one of the smaller units, are you talking about that taunt unit? The
Good
1/1
point.
had taunt.
Yeah.
The only unit you can afford to let through is the only unit you can't let through.
Right.
The unit with taunt.
Good
wow.
call.
Apple Chips gets an exact seize kill because they were at 4. They were taking 4 on that attack and manages to squeak that one out in a very, very competitive back and forth game number 1. We saw both players get their key relics in the form of Big Wheel and Creation Project. The Big Wheel is not as key to Apple Chips as it is to Notorious GHP. I would say that there's more powerful interlocking synergies when we're talking about things like a Dashing Scoundrel with all of these units, just the bevy of token makers with Abundance, Exodus. But the Creation Project, when Notorious GHP goes an entire game without getting to warp cards with it, it does feel like it's pretty hard for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is the one thing they are splashing fire for, so they really do want to get that thing out. They've decided, I want to be 3-faction, not just 2-faction. This card is that good. But if you don't get to warp a single card.
All right, so Apple Chips has a Dinosaur Nest ready to go. Notorious GHP has 2 Dinosaur Nests ready to go. And since they lost game number 1, they'll get to play a copy.
Yep. Dinosaur Nest meet Dinosaur Nest. And Apple Chips looking like they're not going to have a turn 3 play here.
Oh, well, they could play Dashing Scoundrel.
I suppose they could play Dashing Scoundrel, yeah.
But they're going to get the ramp card down instead.
Yeah, I think you go for a ramp card if you have the opportunity.
Going to get met by a Magnaventress.
Yep.
And if you're Apple Chips, going to need some help against these Dinosaur Nests soon.
That was not it.
No. It's going to be the Big Wheel.
Yeah, hopefully Big Wheel can draw into something to deal with this. But yeah, these dinosaurs are getting out of control. Next turn we'll see Sheltered Valley number 1. Turn after that we'll see Sheltered Valley number 2. If Apple Chips does not get lucky with these next 2 draws on their next turn, this might just be a very quick game.
Yeah, and we're now dealing with a lot of problems. We've got 2 Dinosaur Nests, multiple Magnaventress. That Rickety Ram card ain't going to do it.
No.
All right. I'm not going to call it quite yet. Why don't we just play another Big Wheel, see if that thing can kill us. No. Well, they're going to go out and play a Rickety Ram cart. Keep in mind, GHP is really far ahead, and they're 1 top deck power away from being able to play Save the Day.
Yes.
So this is like one of the ways, if you're in a spot like this from Apple Chips, it's like, maybe I can get back into this if they just draw nothing but power. In this case, that would instantly doom them.
Yeah, like taking... Well, that block, that's taking 17 from dinosaurs. Even being able to play collection rounds here and taking out these 2 Magnaventri, that's just not enough.
No, but it will be very dramatic to see if they die to the Big Wheel or not. Nope. Did not die to it. So you can play Dashing Scoundrel. You can play Abundance. You get up to 5. They got a Steel Golem. I don't know about the ramp. Why are we attacking with so many things?
Yeah, this feels like too many things. Save the Day here is just going to stop this attack anyway.
Jeez, yeah, there's that too. If there weren't enough problems in the world, save the day. All you got to do is just make the attack. If you click on any action, you could just lose the game. We can go to game 3, Apple Chips. We'll be good.
Yeah, they don't know that, unfortunately. Yep, there's that Save the Day. And Apple Chips is going to cash it in there.
All right, so we are now tied up after 1 game apiece. I think if you're Apple Chips, it was a tough one. I mean, and I'm always a big fan of having sort of different heuristics for when you're on the play versus when you're on the
Right.
draw in a matchup where there are cards that if they stick early and go unanswered, provide an outsized advantage in the game, which is a long way of saying Dinosaur Nest will really beat you up if you don't kill it and they go first. And, no Vikram's Bomb, no Waystone Igniter. They're hoping to counter it with their own copy of Dinosaur Nest. It's hard to do that.
Yes.
And so for Apple Chips, that's good news, Game 3. Put them back on the play.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that too. Turn 2 Grumbo into turn 3 Rat King. Pretty sure only way Notorious can stop that immediately would be the all-nighters.
There's a big early decision for you.
Yeah.
Do you inscribe the Exodus? It ensures you have the clean curve of 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop.
Yeah, I personally probably would have, exactly because of that rationale there. But looks like they're going to be a bit greedy. They know how important Exodus is in this matchup against Save the Day.
Sure do. All right, so now that we've got Grumbo down, let's give it a Rat King and some friends.
Yep. 3 health, +3/+3. Exactly enough to still be taken out by one of these Lunar Claws. But still a 7-point health swing there. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and Notorious GHP has gone down a dangerous road, which is they didn't play their Dinosaur Nest on turn 2. Certainly understand why they wanted to do something more impactful early with Tinker Unionist here. But it is one of those things where when you don't do it early, you feel it more and more as the game goes on.
Right.
So we're going to see Apple Chips throw down a copy of the Rat King. Plus Abundance is skewing the big wheel because they think that this plus Exodus could be a great couple of turns.
Yeah. Next turn.
What a play. Silence the rat. So now the rat can block. We did it, boys.
What? Oh, you love to see it.
And now if you're Apple Chips, or if you're Notorious GHP, I would not advise holding up Save the Day because Apple Chips will see it coming from a mile away. But they did.
Yep, and Exodus is like, okay, you can kill this Rat King. I'm still going to hit you with everything else.
Yeah, this did not work out for GHP. I mean, this was going to be a really rough turn for them regardless. If you Magnaventurous, they still Exodus. But that would have gone better than this.
Yes. That said, Magnaventurous does not... It would be enough if there wasn't a second Exodus.
Yes, they would only drop to 1 otherwise. Apple Chips is up 2-1. They are 1 game away from becoming your world champion, and they've done so with a time-tested strategy in Eternal. Play token makers and then buff them up. And that's what they did. They played 2 Rat Kings and they played 2 Exoduses. They did a couple of other things, and by a couple of other things, I mean they played Abundance and Grumbo, but that's it. The core of their plan was as simple as apple pie. Is apple pie simple? It's American. All right. Apple Chips up a game now. Notorious GHP, they're going to need to win these next 2. They'll get the benefit of being on the play for this for game number 4, but back up against the wall. And in what I think is frankly just a tough matchup.
It is. It definitely does seem like a tough matchup. Apple Chips has shown us multiple times they are very willing to face this creation project list.
Apple Chips, are you going to go to 6 because your hand is 2 Seed of Mysteries and those come into play depleted and you don't have Fire Influence and you do have a Waystone Igniter. Cannot deny that, and that is going to really weigh on them here. You're also on the draw.
Yep.
Apple Chips, going to let the chips fall where they may on this hand. Cloud Scraper inscribed for Notorious GHP.
Well, that Vikram's Bomb will be great if Apple Chips can draw some fire. Oh.
All right, we found some undepleted power. We cannot play Grumbo. I mean, you can. I would.
I would advise against it, yes. You might just play Waystone Igniter here.
Yeah, it's good in the draws where they don't have Lunar Claw.
Yes.
This is one of those draws. Apple Chips, if they can make the turn timer go for 10 minutes, they could wait for the stream 10-minute delay to see if there's a lunar claw.
Well, fortunately, our turn timers are a little bit faster than
They're
that.
less than 10 minutes?
Yes.
Still? Okay. All right. Turn 2. I mean, yeah, it's... Well, there's two different ways to play this. There's Waystone Igniter played as a 2-1.
Right.
Waystone Igniter played as a 4-3. Waystone Igniter played as a 2-1 with a 1-1 Spiteling.
Mm-hmm.
I think my least favorite of those is play with a Spiteling.
I would agree. Yeah.
Also just do nothing. Just chill.
Yep.
Vibe.
You don't need to necessarily deal with this Unionist right away.
Because next turn, you could go Grumbo plus Waystone Igniter, but then that contract is eating up your next turn.
Yep.
I think if I'm Apple Chips, I would just play an Igniter, but it's really, really, really easy for me to say that because I know that play is kind of the best. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
Actually, going for the 4-3 is the best.
Yeah, going for the 4-3 here is still pretty solid. It lets you still play Grumbo this next turn, short of, I mean, I think I would play Grumbo here. Lines you up so nicely with the Rat King. If you're real lucky, Rat King and Abundance next turn.
Well, you're going to play Grumbo and something?
Well, you can't play anything else this turn. You've only got the 2 power.
Oh, we're still paying off contract.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a big moment here because
we didn't see a Lunar Claw, but now we see a Lunar Claw.
Ay caramba. Yeah. Notorious GHP, you finally get to play a creation project. And now we're going to watch you probably not do that.
Yeah, I think you play Lunar Claw, take out the 4-3, half the block, the Tinker Unionist.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think that play was that close. It's just one of those, like, is there some way this really benefits me a couple turns down the line to do it the other way?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. Apple Chips would love some undepleted fire. How about a Seed of Mystery instead?
Yeah, that's not quite what you're looking for. But, I mean, Rat King helps rebuild. It will trade with this Unionist.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a solid spot because they get to trade off with the Unionist. They're going to take 4, and then they'll Waystone Igniter the Creation Project. And critically, that both shuts off the Creation Project and, just as importantly, it stops the Tinker Unionist from being unleashed.
Yes, absolutely. Which Notorious was hoping for here by inscribing
that was a disaster sequence. They inscribed a Warcry up Cloud Scraper to have more power to unleash Tinker Unionists, and they're not allowed to unleash Tinker Unionists.
Well, there's another save the day, but not quite as important here as it was in some of the previous games we've seen. Still, this Field Medic is basically free attacks. You might even attack with the Unionist just to get that Warcry, but no. Playing another Unionist.
All right, so with Save the Day, Notorious GHP could try to plan around a long game where they build up a big board. Oh, anytime Collection gets played by Apple Chips, my heart would be racing if I'm Notorious GHP. It's like, just don't show me Dashing Scoundrel. Don't show me Dashing Scoundrel.
Yeah, Apple Chips drawing a Time Sigil, not what they want. Dinosaur Nest, it's a bit late after you've just spent your 2 turns. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Conclave, that's a fire influence.
6 power. What do you do with 6 power here?
Play Rickety Rim card and Vikram's Bomb on Dinosaur Nest.
Mm-hmm. You could let it go for 1 turn and play the Rania first. Try and get in that damage with Vikram's Bomb.
Oh yeah, okay. This is actually pretty.
You take one of the Unionists, kill the other.
Don't attack with the Minotaurs.
Correct.
You can attack with the other stuff.
Yes.
I don't know why we wouldn't attack with the Rat and the Waystone Igniter. Oh, so what they're thinking about what happens if there's a Field Medic or a Save the Day.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if there's a Save the Day is quite bad.
Yeah, well, that happens regardless of what you attack with.
Into a Creation Project, and Apple Chips kind of lost the game there. Not like It's tough. Eternal's a hard game, but that probably just cost him the match. We'll see. Vikram's bomb plus abundance. Getting saucy with it.
It's not enough health, but who knows what you'll hit for 2 here. Combrade Law Mage is not going to really do all that much.
I mean, they're still in it.
Yeah, you're still in it. You're taking 6. Notorious GHP cannot play that Waystone Igniter here.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I think the damage has got to come across from these Unionists right now because they're.
No, yeah, I think
you're good with this.
I think I would have preferred attacking with everything there, okay. But here we go. Another Rania.
Once again, Notorious GHP's got a bunch of power up.
Yeah. I think if you're Apple Chips, your back is against the wall. You really have to just hope they don't have Save the Day here.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, there's a wider range of things that Notorious GHP could have. They were in the classic Combray Law Mage Dinosaur Nest lockout. You can only play 1 unit a turn. You played a unit at the start of the turn from Dinosaur Nest. Doesn't matter that it wasn't from your hand.
Yeah. Anything is play in our game. So, yep, take that Unionist.
Now, there is a Dinosaur this time.
Yes.
These rats feel like they're chumping. But I would argue that is not a bad thing.
Yeah, like, you're fine with the rat dying here. That's 2 health you get.
Right. Oh, look, that Renai is buffed up thanks to...
the previous Unionist, yes.
Yeah, that's great. Which will be really big, because if that Dinosaur Nest flips over, that Flying Dinosaur is still just a 3-3. Mm-hmm. I really thought Notorious GHP had this game, and I was very wrong, because this is a very close game right now. We're going to see, yeah, GHP is just going to make the best blocks for the board. This is going to allow Apple Chips to gain a little more health. You could leave the rat around.
Oh, and the Warcry puts Rania out of range of Krogar as well. Not that you could do that Combray Law Mage.
Combray Law Mage off of Abundance. Apple Chips, you son of a... All right, here comes Renaya with a taunting attack. Yeah, oh yeah, get Grumbo down first.
Yeah. If you're going to play a hook bot, you might as well. So, okay. Even if because the Rickety Ram Cart can be blocked here, but even if it dies, makes another unit, more health from Rania. Apple Chips just respecting my health total is low. I don't know what's going to happen. I want to get back in a reasonable health range.
So, Notorious GHP, with this Krogar, it's now also fallen too far behind Grumbo. They are going to silence this mother effing Combray Law Mage, which is really giving them the business the last couple of turns. Mm-hmm. Now, the Waystone Igniter, make it a 6-5. Yeah, this seems like a sharp attack with Field Medic here. If you're Apple Chips...
Yeah.
A dubs block? Yeah, with the Silence Law Mage and the Igniter. Well,
that's not enough.
That's not really how Valor works, so good luck doing that.
I think you just take the 3 here, yeah.
Yep.
Could have been better, but, I mean, you still have an uncontested Rania in the air. You might save it behind for blocking, but I think you're at a comfortable.
You are falling behind.
Yeah.
Right now, the biggest units are all on Notorious GHP's side of the board. There's just a question of how risky is Notorious GHP going to get? And the answer is not very risky.
Another Rickety Ram Cart?
Yeah, because there was a moment where it felt like it would be good to attack into Grumbo, and that moment is going to pass on the ground pretty quickly here. Next turn, if Rickety Ram Cart attacks again, Grumbo is going to get very large.
Yeah. A minimum of 1, might be 2 blocking the Ram Cart as well. This is Apple Chips look like they were dead in the water there, and they have turned this around. I feel Notorious needs to draw something huge soon. They do have 7 power for a Save the Day. That would do it.
Yeah, they're doing a very nice job. I mean, look at that waste on igniter and the power in their hand. It's all like kind of rolled up so that there's exactly 4 power up, which is exactly the amount that you need to play save the day. When there is an attacking unit, it costs 7 otherwise. Renaya is going to attack. I like that play from Apple Chips because you're going to die to save the day sooner or later.
Yeah, and this lets Apple Chips know there is no save the day in Notorious's hand. So another Renaya from Apple Chips. Taking, honestly, anything here. Gotta be blocked by something. Just gaining so much health off of 2 Renayas.
Yep. They're going to take Krogar here. And Krogar's pretty good size. Really applies some pressure. Ensures that it'll either eat something or trade with something.
Right, yeah. And even if blocking with one of the smaller units, get in that overwhelm damage.
I would attack with a lot of things. The reason why it's kind of nice to attack with a lot of things is if you can get this game to a point where a save the day doesn't kill you, that is a great spot to be.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you can attack with all of these taunt units. Sure, they'll all die, but each one is 4 health. Not really that pressured anymore. Yeah, it's looking very good for Apple Chips here.
They are getting in a huge hit this turn, dropping GHP down to 1, and they gained, only 16 health, back up to 31. GHP, I dare say, they've got one more shot to find something on the top of their deck, and it's an all-nighter.
That's not going to do it.
2 copies of Renaya.
Well.
And Apple Chips has done it. Apple Chips wins 3-1 here. They are the 2022 World Champions.
Congratulations
to them.
Apple Chips.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Defying all odds, bringing a rogue deck. I hadn't seen it in ladder, but saying, I think this can beat the 2 big decks, and it did.
Yeah, that was a very impressive showing, So it's, nothing wrong with players looking for live balance changes, but sometimes there's a gem hiding, and Apple Chips definitely found it. They are your world champion. They cruised through the Swiss round 7-2, and they won both of their matches in the top 4, 3-1. So a very, very strong showing by them, and congratulations to Notorious GHP as well. $10,000 richer, but and maybe next year they'll be world champion.
Yeah, no champion this year.
All right, so congratulations once again to Apple Chips. Thanks to all of our competitors for playing. It was a really fun Worlds. Thanks, Luke, for being here. Before we go, let's check out another preview card from Behemoths of Thera.
I think we're actually going to be looking at the first 2 first, just in case people tuning into the stream late.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah. So we got Twilight Lantern here. Nightfall's coming back. Works very well with its second ability. When you draw your second card in the turn, it deals double damage this turn. And why don't we check out the next one?
Yep, second one. Deep Freeze, 6 cost. Permafrost on everything. That's like Save the Day, except you don't kill anything.
Kind of like that.
Costs a little bit less.
Yeah, and it's permanent.
It is permanent.
You could tell that's why it's called Permafrost.
Permafrost, yeah.
We are. All right. Next preview card?
Yeah, let's look at our final preview card for the day. This is Amethyst Beetle. 4 cost, 2 Shadow Pips, 2/2 Lifesteal. Ultimate, pay 7 to give an enemy unit -3/-3. And what's that in the middle there?
Summon Hunt 2. Hunt is a new mechanic. We're going to let it sit for a minute about what it does. We, over the years, we've seen that the community has a lot of fun trying to crack what these mechanics could do. So Hunt 2, Amethyst Beetle, that's a cool looking thing. So it'll be one of the Behemoths of Thera. You can get that set next month. Pre-orders start Monday. Pick up the Ultimate Bundle. Lots of value from pre-ordering. We give you more for pre-ordering. It's a good deal. And looking forward to a new draft format, new expedition format. Lots of great stuff coming down the line.
It's going to be very exciting. I'm very looking forward to January and seeing how everything will shake up. Yeah.
All right, so let's put a bow here on this World Championships. Luke, thanks for joining me so much.
Absolutely.
It was a pleasure doing our first show together.
Mm-hmm.
And want to thank Andrew and Tim and the entirety of the team for putting this together. It's a lot of work to make something like this World Championships happen.
It sure is.
We appreciate everything that goes into it. And we've been doing these broadcasts for a number of years now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a lot of fun, and want to just thank everybody for being along with the ride with us. And who knows what's still to come in store.
Yeah, who can say?
All right. So with that, I'm going to sign off here from Dire Wolf Digital Studios on behalf of myself, Luke Wyman, and the entire Dire Wolf Digital team. Congratulations to Apple Chips, your 2022 Eternal World Champion. Enjoy it.
Yeah.